at the beginning of SK4, the end of their rope scenario S68, not 38, 68. Read the card. Set up the American units I have here. The Japanese defensive plan has not changed. I decided to stick with the more of a conservative view for the Japanese. Take the support weapons, keep them in the back so we can have the firepower later on. The mortar especially used in late game for any Americans that might be in jungle hexes or any other terrain type to get a 2 even or 2 -1 shot on them when the critical phase occurs. The actual fight starts when the Japanese reinforcements come on. They get a ton more reinforcements. They might be able to do a little bit something to the American forces. So the American initial plan, I plan to take kind of like 2 pushes. Considering they're only like 3 or 4 hexes away, it's pretty much simultaneous push. But the one thing you have to keep in mind for the Americans is the Japanese setup area. Because when you look at their initial OB here, you see you just count the counters. 3 counters there, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 counters. All right. So you've got 9 counters because you don't know what's under these concealments. So the only ones we see are these here. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 counters. So 3 counters are missing. So you have to think to yourself, okay, what would he have in the back? Right? You're going to have a counter, another counter, and then the concealments he adds later on. Let's say we think these are 137s. So there's 1, 2, and then this is a 447, 447, 137, 137, 447, 447. That leaves a 447 and a 347 out. So you can have a 447 stacked on top of this guy and a 347 out on this guy. And then technically, although you might not see it, you can have another 447 with the leader and both support weapons hip in one position. So for all intents and purposes, this combination of concealments doesn't really give you the idea of where they are. If you knew what they were, then you would know exactly what's hidden. But right now, we don't know if 1 or 2 hexes are considered to be occupied by hidden units, hip units, if you want to use that terminology. I use hidden. Hip units, same thing. And somewhere on the board. So 4 hexes of AA5 is this. So let's try and figure out where the 4 hexes goes. So I guess we do, I'm not sure the ellipse will work, but we're just going to draw. Just draw a line. So 4 hexes is 1, 2, 3, 4. This spot. This spot. That's not concealment terrain, so it can't be hip there. Over here, and down here. So knowing that they're hip units, that's pretty much like 85% of the area in there. We're going to come through here. We're going to be walking through all of this terrain by the end of turn 2. So we're going to find them or not find them at all. And then we're going to make our way to Y5. Wherever they are after that, if you have time, you can seek them out by simply moving in different locations. He can't be over here, so you don't need to move into this row at all. He could only be within this giant hex. That's it. So if you focus securing this area here and then just pushing this way, you really don't care where he is. And it does not include that woods over there. Because most of the time you'll end up here and here. You'll probably have units just kind of staggering around there doing a firefight in the middle. And these guys the same thing. If they push this way, swing out, cover those hexes, or push up and cover them later with a half squad or something like that. And then figure it out. You'll figure it out pretty soon what types of units that are there. When you start firing and getting morale checks on units, you'll be able to decipher where they are. And then at that point, you can make a decision what's going to happen. But turn 3 is a pivotal point. It's where the Japanese come on. And again, they will come on this side over here. They will come on this side. Or they will come on this side. On one hex. They might... I would probably think they would come on here because it's just easier to move and get to the front. But they can easily come on this side. The objectives are over here. So I presume the Japanese are coming on here since it's a 6-turn scenario instead of crossing the open ground that the Americans could shred them to. So, is it a tough decision to make? I don't think so. But, you know, depending on your plan, if you set up all your Japanese over here on this side in this big circle, your initial OB, maybe you don't need to send any more reinforcements over there. But again, it's the most number of building hexes that came in. There's only one on this half of the entry. But it's, if you want to go there and maybe there's a whole bunch of broken Americans on that side, maybe Americans come strong on that side. Maybe you counterattack, maybe you don't. I would probably bring them on here if the Americans come strong because you could get into close combat with them quickly. So that might be an advantage for you if the need arises. So, again, the mortar, we're going to stick the mortar in Y6 to pound pretty much the entire, almost every single objective will be in line of sight of the mortar except for these guys in the back. But we'll have control of those and be done with it. So that's kind of the plan. Rush forward, grab as much gold and real estate as you can. If you need to pan out, again, with starter kit, the differences between starter kit and ASL, when we're just up in the line, you'll see my whole line of units. And I'll get there. I'll get there in a bit. I don't need to cover it now. I'll just get there in a bit. So, +1 rain DRM. American's going to puke in the, I think after the first rally phase, because otherwise he would be pinned off board. Let me check the SSR on that one. Let's see what the... As the first action in the rally phase of each American player turn. Interesting. As the first action in the rally phase of each American player turn, the American 10-2 or its replacement must be in good order. Take a 1 pin touch. Oh yeah. This is an active board. My bad. I was thinking that this board was off board. Because otherwise you would probably just lose. If you rolled bad enough, you would just lose your 10-2 leader for not coming on. But doesn't matter. So the first thing you do before anything happens is you roll that pin task check. Well, technically it would be an action. So if you're executing actions, that must be the first one. So we need to start with that roll. Hopefully we will roll something fairly decently. Let me get my dice tower situated. All right, beginning rally turn 1. American 1 pin task check. 1 task check for the leader. Needs a 9. He rolls a 3. Piece of cake. All right, so I don't believe we're going to have any prep fire. Technically, we could fire from C10, and firing a mortar might have been actually kind of a fun thing to do. Probably not going to hit with the +5 to hit. So we're not going to bother with the mortar. And you have the +1 from the rain. So, yeah, it would add to the hit roll. So you're not really going to see anything. So we're just going to move. Again, the 8-0 is the one that's going to go 2, 4, 6 and advance. Remember, we do not have counter exhaustion double timing capability. We can only move 2 hexes through the jungle if a multi-man counter, or we need the leaders to move us. So we've got our movement restrictions cut out for us. So, and the thing that we need to think about before you move is where you're going to route to, because that's within the zone of death. Z8 can contain that 4.47 and a 2 machine gun. 2 firepower machine gun, and he could fire 12 firepower. So if we're going to break, we need to figure out where we're going to route. So that's why I don't come down to Y9. I don't come here, because if I break there, I can't route in the direction of the rest of my troops I have to route in the opposite direction, which would be over here. I don't want to be over here. I want to be with the rest of my troops. But technically, that would give me a 2-4-6. I would be able to move up here in the offensive movement stature. But again, if he wants to run a unit over there, double timing and jump me in close combat, or shoot at me and inflict casualties, that's what the Japanese needs to do, is inflict as many broken units and casualties and things like that to the Americans early enough so the oncoming Japanese can find a chink in the Americans' armor and exploit that before the Americans can rally. So we don't want to, you don't really, anytime you can avoid being in the open and still obtain whatever position you're going to get to, don't move in the open. Okay? Don't. Smoke it. If I want to come up here, if I want to move there, put a guy here, 2, 4, smoke it there, 6, and I go 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I had to be there, have somebody else come up and smoke it, especially if you're playing the Americans. So it's as simple as that. Move somebody else there that can smoke you, you know, and use it. Don't just go, oh, I'm just going to move in the open and get shot to hell and then figure out that this guy could have come up and dropped smoke. Quickest way to lose. So we're just going to go straight down the gut. We're going to take our... If I was the Japanese, I would focus... There's 3 leaders. I would focus on the leaders first. The 10-2 is a wild card. I might try to avoid firing on the 10-2 simply because of the +1 rain. He's going to be in, you know, an extra modifier just doesn't do any good against the 10-2. 9-1, 8-0 will be your primary targets. So as the Americans, again, moving over here, moving over in this general direction for the Americans, is this a safe move to move in the open? Well, what's the setup area? 1, 2, 3, 4. He can only set up a guy here. I can move completely with safety behind the jungle. So we're going to go ahead and start off with that, and we're just going to move them together. 1, 2, this is a stack, mind you. 3, and then guess what? If we want to move into FF7, thinking there might be a unit here, we could take a 12 shot. If we break, we route back, but guess what? 1, 2, 3, and we have a covering force. So even if he breaks here, he could route back here, and now the Japanese aren't going to get to him. So you can make that move as long as you can cover that move. All right, we're just going to put both these guys right here. I don't know where they were, but they're here for right now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, this might be a good spot to put somebody. Might not. I don't know. There's so much terrain. I can't worry about every single terrain. And the other big thing that you will discover, concealment, I think, is just extremely rudimentary in starter kit. I mean, this is beyond example. I'm not sure why this road is here, but anyway, it shouldn't be. So the problem with the concealment rules in starter kit is that so much has been cut off. It's like a bush in your backyard, and it's just a beautiful bush. It's like about 8 feet wide, and then it's got so much foliage on it, and this, that, and the other, and then you Charlie Brown that son of a bitch. And so you come out and you just butcher it, and you've got whatever's left, and then you call it concealment. That's pretty much ASL concealment effects and starter kit concealment execution, for all intents and purposes. You may not agree, don't really care. That's my perception. And simply another example of that rule is, although you can't do detection, is you cannot search. I remember playing this scenario, and I would move a unit up. I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I'd search. And what searching allows you to do is allows you to reveal everybody around you based upon a die roll. So if you got a unit here and you searched, you could search all these hexes. Of course, you won't have to worry about the open ground ones. And then those units would pop on board if they're hidden under concealment. And then you could really clear out the area by searching. There is risk involved, but it avoids the having to move in every single stinking hex along the way. So again, another change from ASL. I don't mind. I mean, you got to cut some stuff out, but again, I hesitate to say once you. I will never say once you play starter kit in a PTO, then you're good to go. You're good to go in ASL. Not even close. I'm just going to reiterate that. It doesn't mean that I don't like the Japanese in starter kit. That's not what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the Japanese are a wonderful flavor to a game system simply because their nationality distinctions make them extremely unique. The terrain features in the PTO, most of them are extremely unique. The fighting, very unique. Okay? It's a great gaming experience for ASL. It is not ASL Japanese. It's just not. It's not even close. That's why people have avoided buying the Rising Sun for 30 years, because they just don't like the flavor of the Japanese and the PTO. I like pretty much everything that I've played. I haven't played a lot of night. I haven't played a lot of desert, but I would like to get into those venues, and hopefully we could bring some of that to you here as I become more knowledgeable. I'm a complete noob in those, so I will be more than happy to make lots of mistakes in those theaters to bring you some content and discussion about. So again, detection is really non-existent in starter kit, but we're moving there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I cannot double time unless I want to go to EE8. Do we want to go to EE8? Nope, because there could be a guy in CC5 to take -2 shot. I'm not giving any -2 shots. It's bullshit. I'm not giving it to him. So with that, I'm going to go. I'm going to bait a shot because we have a leader here that's gotten there safely. Now these units, if they want to move up, they can break freely. I can move a unit up here, break him freely. Yes, Stu. What about the -2 shots? At this point, my leader is the one that I need to save. Not taking -2 shots with my leaders. Okay? But this guy, he'll break. He'll reveal somebody. He's completely safe from this guy. That's a +4 shot, and then a -1 non-assault movement. Yeah, it's a stone building. So you're moving through a stone building. The only people you have to worry about is anybody in these hexes or BB8. I think BB8's 1, 2, 3, 4. BB8's also within 4. So I'll give you 4 -2, 12 -2. If you roll 7, it's going to be 2 morale check. He'll break. He'll go here and route. He'll advance. He'll be up in the American player turn. That's the plan. That's what I'm thinking about when I'm moving these units. You don't just go, oh, I'm going to move over here, and then he reveals a hidden unit here and a hidden unit here, and you break. You just die. You just die. You have to give yourself an out. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, and then 4 here. Okay, don't have enough movement points to drop smoke. This unit will go 1, 2, 3. And just for the hell of it, I'm going to drop, can't drop smoke in DD8 because I don't have enough movement factors. And I'm not going to double stack. I can't avoid the casualties. I got to try to avoid double stacks. Of course, this is an exception because I could prevent them from doing stuff. I'm just going to spread them out because we can shoot through the buildings, right? These are not obstacles. These are hindrances. And let's move our other leader over here. These guys had concealment on them. This actually guy does keep his concealment because no one saw him in line of sight. These guys lose concealment as soon as they come on because these guys have line of sight to them. They don't have to reveal who they are for starter kit rule purposes of concealment loss. Again, another distinction between starter kit and ASL. Unless I miss something in the rules, they don't have to reveal themselves because they are real units because there's no such thing as a dummy unit. So they don't have to reveal. By default, they're real units. And so you lose. So we're going to move our leader over here. Actually, we're going to move 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's move a squad to AA9, just in case there might be a bad guy here shooting us here. So we're going to move one of these squads. 1, 2, 3. And what he's going to do is he's going to drop smoke in his own location for 4. Why would you do that, Stu? And I roll 6, so he's just done. So what the smoke would do, obviously obscure vision, won't help me at all, but it will help shots that might be coming from this direction or that direction or some other direction, or if I intend to move my 10-2 in there, you know, there might be a mortar back here that has LOS to here. It's going to fire on that spot. You just drop the smoke. I'm not moving anymore, but yet I can't put smoke in other locations. So I try to drop smoke in my own location. Yet it failed. So let's try another unit. We're just going to move another unit up. 1, 2, 3. And that's all we can do. This other unit's going to go 1, 2, 3. And that's outside the setup zone. This is inside the setup zone, but we're just going to hammer it. 2, 4, 6. Okay. No bouncy. And hopefully we can make it there. Loss of concealment because if these units can see this unit. That's why the 667 lost his concealment as well. All right. Now, last but not least, we've got the big boy. We've got the mortar, which needs to go over here. And we got the medium machine gun, which we're going to take up the gut with the 10-2 leader. So, I didn't plan that very well, did I? I think this guy needed to take care of the mortar. But anyway, we're going to go 1. We're just going to go 1, 2, 3 right there. Can we even make it there? It's 5 porch points. We only have 5 movement points for this thing, even with the leaders. So if we advance here, 2, 4, that doesn't matter. It just needs to be there turn 3. Actually, we're going to move it. We're going to have it here at the end of the turn so I can start blasting shit immediately. And then maybe these guys can clear out the path to Y6. So we're going to go here. These units are going to go 1, 2, 3. Medium machine gun's going to go 1, 2, 3. Okay. We're going to deal with that. Not the best setup, but that's turn 1 movement. Could have been better. I could be more aggressive. I could have run down here with the leader and take these guys out. I should be. This actually may be the downfall of the Americans, but we don't care. Defensive fire. We do have a mortar. We will just, we're just going to start firing the mortar. That's what it's there for. Mortar shows up with a 447. That's a big check off over here. So we've only got 2 more guys left. He's going to fire upon this 667 here. I've got line of sight to the 8-0 leader here. That'll give me a +1, +2, +3 from the rain. This will give me a +2 for the rain. It'll give me a -1 as well. But we should probably try and break the leader. That'll be a 2 + 1 on the result, or 2 - 1. Let's try the 667. So, again, straight line. You can see the line. It's going to bisect. It's going to bisect Z6 and Z5 right here. That straight line there. It's going to hit 1 hindrance. And that's it. 1 hindrance and 1. So base 7 to hit for area target type. TEM is not applied. Hindrances do apply. And so we need a 5. And I need to roll it in the tower. And he rolls a 10 with no rate of fire. That's simply a miss. And we're going to go... Oh. Clone. There we go. And this doesn't need to be identified as a final power counter. I think I can read it on my own. Yeah, I'll just put this over here. So he fires there. Nobody else is really going to fire. That's only going to be a 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Might as well fire. Get as much firepower as possible. That is a breakdown of 11, I think, of that unit. So the LMG is within range. 2 firepower and half firepower for the squad. +1, +2, +3 for the rain. So that will be a 4 + 3. Not the best chart. But again, we're not playing ASL, so you don't have to worry about any snipers. 4 + 3 shots are free. We need a 3 for morale check. 4 pin. How about a 7? No effect. And we do not get rate of fire. 2 + 3 would be almost pointless, but could still generate a pin task check. Pin task checks are good in this situation because it slows the Americans moving forward. So if you have a chance to hit a pin task check, it's an okay shot. You know, as long as you don't give too much information. He's still far back there. These guys have a little bit of cover. Maybe not the mortar guy. Oh, matter of fact, I need to get the acquisition for the mortar. Hold on. All right, so we got the acquisition for the mortar. I just kind of put it in the corner from the direction it's pretty much coming from. They only have one mortar. You could change this to a B, not a big deal. The Americans will just use a slightly different color. So one acquisition there, better than nothing. That means I'll need a 6 to hit later. So I'm happy with that. And that's it for the Japanese defensive fire. Let's go with the American advancing fire. And again, this is a distinct difference between starter kit and ASL. The advancing fire, what are we going to do? We're going to spray the entire forest with lead to get pin task checks and things like that. Typically in ASL, you're going to have a Japanese player probably have a sniper activation number of 4 or 5 in a standard defensive scenario. That's probably the standard for the Japanese. I could be wrong. I haven't played a ton of Japanese scenarios, but that seems to be the semi-norm. The defender usually has a slightly higher SAN, and if you're taking 50 shots, one of them will likely activate a sniper. So we're just going to go from Z8 to Y8. Firing shot, that's going to be a 6+1. I roll a 5. That will generate nothing. Well, that will generate a result, which will end up in being blank. BB8, we're going to fire from the units in BB9. We're looking for results. A 6 will yield a result, which will be nothing. CC9 will fire 2+1 into BB7 because of the rain. 2+1. On 8, no effects. The BB7 isn't clear. DD8 will fire in CC7. 10, not clear. EE8 will fire adjacent into the hut. A 6 will yield a result, a pin task check. Yep. And then FF6 or FF7 will shoot into EE7. That will be a 12+1. Rolls a 7, so that's clear. So these orchards or these palm trees are not clear. I think BB8 is clear and Y8 is clear as well. And this 667 might as well fire in some sort of random location. Let's try over here because it probably doesn't hit the hindrance. And that is 1, 2, 3, 4. That'll be a 2+2. Might as well take it. Rolls a 9. Didn't expect much from that. So pretty much almost every single hex is clear. Let's see. I'm going to write the ones that aren't clear. He's not clear. I'm just going to put a mark where the ones that aren't clear. So everybody else is clear. And then they can proceed accordingly. So they can advance in there without fear of being ambushed. You know, things like that. That's the biggest fear that you have. This is clear. Now I know I can advance into this location and not be caught with my pants down against a first line unit that's concealed. That's a -3 to my ambush, or essentially a -3 to his ambush roll, and he will likely slaughter me. But that's clear. It's good to go. And so what we're going to do now is that's it for the advanced fire. Let's go to route phase, which there is none. Advance phase, we are going to advance here. Advance here. Advance here. This guy's simply going to advance here. And we're going to double up. Since the mortar's on the opposite edge of the map, we're going to double up here because if there's a hidden enemy, it's going to be maximum. Now that we know the LMG is gone as well, it will be a maximum of 4+2 at this location. So not really worried about, let me get rid of those. Not really worried about Japanese attacking me in this location, even if it's stacked. These guys are concealed. This guy's not. This guy's concealed. All right. These guys are not concealed. These guys are concealed. Actually, if I move here, I could blast this guy. This guy would be a whole lot of modifiers this way. So do I want to avoid the mortar shell? I think I'm going to move there because the 10-2 is moving there as well. So I'm stacking everybody in there. Is this a good idea? You might think it might be. You might think it's not. 2-1 with a 10-2. If it's a 1 morale check, most likely he'll remain unscathed. And guess what? If he remains there, I get to fire my mortar back with higher firepower. And my medium, and my squad. And the other guy's just a half squad. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's going to be a 6+1 on him with direct fire. 6+1, mortar shots, and lots of stuff. So he has to decide whether he wants to attack there or not. That's the American turn. Lots of units in rows. This is your standard Revolutionary War attack for a lot of ASL players do. And spread out. And we got to cover the terrain anyway, right? We have to essentially blanket the entire terrain. And you don't want to be caught 2 guys, especially if they're going to close combat you. Just spread out and maximize your push. All right, so let's go on to the Japanese turn 1. So we've got our hip unit right in the front and other units in the back. This is the only thing that we have to deal with. Oh, sorry, no first fire marker. Put that back over there or discard it, put it on the side. We have a couple concealed American units. We have an acquisition here, which we'll likely take advantage of. This hip unit, I'm not going to fire him until he tries to move into my location. But, like the Americans did before, he might spray fire to clear these out. So at that point, my unit might break, and I'm kind of sunk in that sort of aspect. Again, the differences between ASL and starter kit. ASLers probably wouldn't spray depending on the locations. They might, but probably not just randomly spray every single hex. It's a tactic you could use, but as long as you're ready to be shot by a sniper, 1 out of 6 of those might activate a sniper. So, small chance, but in ASK, there is no chance. There's no reason not to fire. And remember, we didn't clear these 2 palm tree hexes, nor these hexes over here. So all these units, unless they have a target, which here's one of them, I'd rather spray here, spray adjacent to clear these out so we just don't get assaulted in the advanced phase, right? Concealed unit, if this guy were here, then they would just advance phase in there with concealment. So I hope he was in W6. So you want to avoid that. So we're probably likely, the American will probably likely spray there. So he's not going to be a problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's actually in range. So let's try and soften up the guys in range and take our mortar shot. I think these guys here are just safe. You know, what we'll probably do is we'll probably skulk back to here. That's actually not a bad shot. And then we'll just move back a little bit and then readjust back into the forest to possibly cover a movement over here. We still need to keep these guys in the line of sight. So if they move, they'll lose their concealment. Once they kind of lose their concealment in this game, they're probably not going to get it back unless they jump into the jungle. That's one thing the jungle could be used for, is if you get shot in the front, if you're trying to make your advancement through here with concealment, step back for a turn, put somebody else in front, and you'll gain concealment in the next turn. You can assault move advance phase. But you're really not moving in anything but open ground anyway, so it's kind of a moot point. So anyway, let's just start off with our mortar. So, as a matter of fact, let's just switch these guys into our direction because we're the Japanese player. We're going to act like the Japanese player, and everyone should be facing us. Oh, I'm going to switch these out too. Hold on a sec. Give me a sec. All right, so I swapped those bad boys out. Much better indicator of them being in hip status. I really like these little tiles. Easy to see as the offensive player of where your hip units are in relation to the enemy. So it's actually easier to see these units than what these guys are going to do. Let me turn these guys around too. Okay, remember the mortar fire is going to go off first. And then we'll take our 6 firepower shot. Mortar fire here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's a again, still base 7 to hit. And we got +1 rain because the big old +1 rain reminder here, +2 over there, and a -1 acquisition. So we need a 6. And I roll a 4, double 2s. That will hit. I will flip this. And that will be a 4 that actually even hits the concealment guys as well. So that will be a 4, a 2 -1. And I rolled another 4. So it's a 3 on the 2 chart, 1 morale check. So let's take a look what's going on here. Wow, that's a shitload of guys. So these guys are gone. These guys lose the concealments. We're just going to delete those. Okay, 10 -2. 1 morale check. Roll snake eyes. Too bad. Again, no heat of battle. So no 10 -3. 3, 4, 7 needs a 1 morale check. It takes it down to a 6. -2 takes it up to 8. Everyone needs an 8. Let's go with the mortar. 8. Rolls a 9. MMG. 8. Rolls a 6. 6, 6, 7. 8. Rolls a 12. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to go there, huh? All right, we need a DM for here. And this guy here will be a half squad, and he's broken. There we go. Wow. Hell of a shot, even with the 10 -2. And didn't get ready to fire. So we're stuck. So that neutralizes a lot of that fire coming back at us. Excellent shot for the mortar. Another thing the mortar could do is fire a smoke round in any giant stack that's going to attack him. So he could have fired direct fire there, or he could have simply just dropped a smoke round there anyway. White phosphorus is only good to 5 hexes. So once the Americans get a little closer, he could drop white phosphorus on them. So that's what this mortar can do, is instead of just simply attacking at a 2 -1, which is just kind of there. I mean, you got to roll pretty decently like I did to get an effect, is your smoke. You just roll, to hit. You just roll to hit. There's no effect. You roll a 7, he smokes there, and I think it's gone. And white phosphorus 6. So if you roll a 5 or a 6 on your smoke and white phosphorus placements, then you get to have more smoke later. And pretty much it neutralizes their attack for the most part, firing out of it. So that's a good shot. We might as well... Let's see, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2 plus 1, 2, 2 plus 3. 2 plus 3 is not going to yield anything. Actually, it may yield a pin task check. So the squad itself will fire 2 plus 3. I guess I can copy paste, huh? Oops, sorry. So 2 plus 3. Need a miracle. Miracles don't happen. That's a 5. This unit here will go ahead and fire. He'll fire a 4 plus 3 at Z8. We got lucky before, may get lucky again. An 8, it's not going to yield anything. And that's it for the prep fire. We're just going to go to movement phase now. These guys going to assault, move back. He's just going to assault, move back. 1, 2, 3, maybe 4. 4, 5. That's a 6 plus 5 shot. That's a 6 plus. Actually, it's a 12. 16. 1, 2, 3, 4. It will hit both of these hindrances. 16 plus 5. Wow, that's it. That is in range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know what? We're going to fire at the LMG. There's no more movement for the Japanese. The Americans will defensive fire. And they're going to fire at the LMG. Because they are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, they are in range. This guy might not have line of sight. Yeah, it's clear as a bell. It will hit the hindrance here and this hindrance here. So it's 1, 2, 3 for the snow, 3 for the rain. But we're going to fire him. This is 2, 3 for the rain, and the medium machine gun. It'll be 16 firepower. The leader's can't direct anything. 16 plus 3 on the mortar. Wow. That's pretty sick. 16 up 3. Rolling 8. 9, 10, 11. Pintask check. Again, jack shit on the big 16 charts. Pintask check. Rolls a snake eyes. Laughs it off. Those units have fired. Was that a line of sight? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm not going to bother. 12 plus 5. I'm not really going to bother. That's a 4. We'll take that shot. We'll take the 12 plus 5 shot. Rolled a 6. Let's check this LOS real quick. Let's take it from here to about there. All right, we're going to double check to make sure that that's clear or not. Just going to move the units just a little bit. It's a nice thread, to be honest with you. It oh, really? Seriously? All right. Just point the pointer where you need to go. Drag it directly to the shot there, and it does clip the jungle barely. So not a bad shot. So that's going to be way nothing anyway. So very cool. Very close line of sight. So no effect there. No other defensive fire. So we need to fire into. Nobody will be in line of sight to these guys. So let's fire. We're going to be half firepower. We're going to go into CC8 first. Actually, DD5 first. We're going to fire 2, 4, 6. We're going to fire 8. 8 up 2 in this location. Yeah. Actually, we're going to fire 2 up 2. One guy's going to fire 2 up 2. I rolled snake eyes. Counters to 1 up 2 is a 4. No one's there. These guys are going to fire 6 up 1 in CC8. Oops. 6 up 1 in CC8. 7, that's an 8 on the 6, means a pintask check. These are clear. I think these are clear. These were not. And so the next wave is clear. This guy is going to fire, let's say, X7. That'll be a 6 up 2. And he rolls a 9, no effect. So if hopefully he doesn't get ambushed at the end of the turn. If he doesn't get ambushed, that might signify that nobody is there in either of those locations. Because if I were the Japanese, I'd kill this leader. This is a risky position. This should have been something like this. But I wanted to make sure that that was there. Actually, I was going to hope to shoot at both of these locations and get some reveals. But that's not happening. So he is at risk from being in the front line and not knowing where the Japanese are. Okay. That's it for defensive fire. Route phase. The Americans will go ahead and we're just going to route these guys back. Make sure they rally. That's a good shot. And then the advance phase. Japanese are going to advance back over here. So the Americans can't advance that fast and that far. I'm not going to advance here. He's not going to move either of these guys. He's got the -2 acquisition on the medium. Could he advance to a better location? Oh, this guy can't route with the mortar. I caught it. I got it. Yeah. I got it. Okay. He can't route with the mortar. Leaves the mortar there. So we're going to stay there. Don't want to go into the jungle. So when he picks up the mortar, he just blasts us that direction. So I think we're good right now. I think these guys are legit, just chilling. The +1 for the rain helps a lot. Otherwise, these Japanese will be wiped off in like a turn and a half. All right, so let's go to American turn 2. It's down here. Flip the board around, and we'll check things out. All right, spun the board around. This is what we see. I just took that card because it's kind of annoying. So first things first, rally phased. Guess what? First action of the rally phase is this guy to take a 1-pin task check. Interestingly enough, if you read the rules, it says the first action. Let me go find it. It says here, as the first action in the rally phase of each American player turn, the American leader must take a 1-pin task check. You might question if the leader is actually taking an action in the rally phase because it defines it as an action. So instead of just saying in each American player turn rally phase, the American must take a 1-pin task check before any other rolls are to take place. Because you can only do one action in the rally phase. If your action is taking a PTC, as this clearly defines it as being an action, then you may not rally units. So we got a scenario special rule kind of funkiness going on here. That, again, in the rules, taking pin task checks are not taking actions. But scenario specials rules change the rules and they take precedence. So therefore, as the first action, it's classifying the pin task check as an action. That's all it's doing. It could simply recall it or rename it to be something else, but it defines the pin task check as an action. So therefore, can the 10-2 even rally anybody or recover or fart or anything else? But that would be his action. I am going to play it semi-logically and ignore that being an actual action of taking a pin task check. Because him being pinned still allow... Ooh. If he's pinned, he can't apply his leadership modifier to any morale checks. I'll have to check out if a rally check is not a morale check, it's a rally dice roll. I'll have to check the wording on that. I'll be right back. Okay, I had to do some digging. Unit rallies as an action requires a good order leader, not necessarily unpinned. If you are a pinned leader, like right now, I'll take my 1 PTC and I roll a 5. He's fine. But if that leader were to be pinned, then he would not be able to apply his leadership modifier to the rally dice roll of the units in his location, or hex for starter kit. But he could still rally them because he is good order. Pin status has no effect on you being good order or not in the rally phase, or probably any other phase. All right, so we're back to the Americans. We need what for these guys? If the 8s, if the last game, the 10-2, I really hate the labeling of the counters. It's just kind of annoying. So, anyway, the 10-2, trying to rally these units. They are in rally terrain. It's +1. We got a -2 leadership modifier. That's going to be essentially, well, -3, technically, the dice roll modifier. Dice roll in the rally. DM status is +4. We have a net +1. They both need 6s to rally. And we get that casual reduction. That's kind of crazy. Okay, let's get a 6 for the unit on the left. He rolls an 8. Get a 6 for the unit on the right. He rolls a 9. All right, so good enough. We're just going to chill and put those over there. That's it for the American rally phase. Oh, actually, we got one more. We're going to try and pick up that mortar. What do we need to pick up the mortar? In the jungle in PTO. Well, what do we need to pick up the mortar? I'm going to roll a die. The die rolls a 4. Do we obtain the mortar or not? The answer will be no. +2 recovery in the jungle. No mortar for the 347. That would have been nice. So it is unpossessed. Oh, that sucks. So that mortar up on the top right over here has done its job. I mean, it blasted the living crap out of this. So now we only have 3 squads instead of 4. So prep fire. Do we wish to prep fire as the Americans? And I think the answer to that is no. I think we want to go straight to movement. We could fire on the mortar. This guy probably is just going to move out of the location of the mortar. Anyway, so we'll just move this way. And we don't want to give him a free shot at 4 fire at normal range. So we're going to try and secure this area over here. So 8-0 is not going to move. We could move first. We can cover more area. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 4, 6, advance. It's going to go 2, 4. We don't want to bounce there. 2, 4, 6. I'm not sure we want to advance there. We won't really get shot by anything if we go here. 2, 4, he can go here. He can go 1. It's going to be a -1 shot from him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's going to be a 4 even shot. Over here, it's going to be a 4 even shot. Nope. Yep, 4 even shot. Either way. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or we could prep on him. That's normal range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is a 16 shot, to be honest with you. This is a 16 shot. That would use the MMG's capability of rate of fire. And we could still scout with him. Yeah, we'll keep the 16 shot. Oh, God, it's only going to reduce, step reduce him, though. Yeah, we're going to 16 shot it. Back over there. I'm not a big fan of that, but I'd rather not give them 4 firepower. Well, we got +2 modifier. We need to push forward. We're going to push forward. No fire. Let's start on this side, though, first. Okay, first thing we're going to do is we're going to move here. The reason why we're going to move this unit here first is because most likely either one of these units, if they fire upon him, will likely penetrate. Well, this guy's going to have probably 2 hindrances, and then +1 for the rain. So he's going to assault move into DD6 for 1, and he's going to place smoke into DD5 for 3. And he rolls a 3. So we get the smoke. Let me find the smoke counter. Clone it. And that's it for his movement. For 3 assault moving, so that is smoked. And again, that will allow these units to move in that location with tons of hindrances from these guys. All right? And then this unit will go, he'll assault move as well. He'll assault move and smoke into this location. Same principle as this. No defensive fire. He rolls a 1. We're simply going to clone this. Drop smoke there, and he's done. 1, 2, 3 for dropping smoke. And all these guys can now assault move advance phase, or just move over there. This guy's not concealed. He's going to go 1, 2 into the smoke, 3, 4 into the hut. So he's expended 3 movement factors there. Will we fire on that? No, we're going to wait for the smoke to dissipate. Because that'll be a +1, +2, 3, 4, 5 for the rain. This guy will drop his concealment and go 1, 2, 3. Because if there are enemy units in these locations, you can easily move through the open ground here and not have to worry about it, because it'll be a +4 modifier. It's going to be a +2 from the smoke, +1 more because you're in the smoke, and then +1 for the rain. So moving in the open adjacent to somebody in the rain will yield a nothing account. Even a guy here that could set up. No one, a guy could set up, but take the shot. But we're just going to move it here. Again, if you break in this location, you have your leader here to support you, and he's concealed. So we needn't worry about that. So these guys have moved. This guy has moved. So the leader's probably going to lag behind. We already occupied DD7. We'll put a marker there soon enough. Let's find one. All right, so there's an American control there. Let me clone that. I've got this one, and I've got that one. Won't bother with the Japanese control, and actually I'm going to get these other ones as well. Okay. So all those are under Marine control at this point in time. So we could flip those or just remove those. If they're removed, they're Japanese. If they have Marine markers on them, they're Marine. You don't need a Japanese marker on these here because they're assumed to control them at the beginning of the game. So therefore, just simply remove the American marker and it will serve the same purpose without cluttering up the map anymore. But if you like a pretty Japanese marker like this, by all means, indulge yourself. So we've got everybody over here. It's moved. We've assaulted that general direction. We have another squad to move. Not sure where he wants to go. Maybe central? That's only going to be a +1. Let's assault move him up here. Nine -1 is just going to he's going to assault move in the center. Since we're behind concealed, not concealed, but since we're behind smoke and hindrances and things like that, he doesn't lose his concealment because of the hindrances. So keeping your leaders concealed is great. He doesn't necessarily need to direct anybody here. He just needs to rally people, right? You've got 30 firepower. Do you need a -1? I don't think so. That's overkill. If you need the -1, then you're doing something wrong. So, so over here, we've got some units to move. These guys have yet to fire. The 8-0 is not going to move first, simply because we don't want to be stuck somewhere. So we're going to go 2, 4, 2, 4, 2, 4, and then we're just going to go this way, and then we're going to bounce. Because we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4 is where we wanted to go. And you don't want to go out in the open. Even if you take the -1 over here from like this guy over here, if you go here, we still haven't cleared these locations, and so the threat still remains. So going into the hidden terrain and going this way is something that you can do. So this unit will then reveal and will fire upon the American unit because no one else has moved except for the 10-2, and most likely he's not going to go anywhere, and the 8-0 hasn't moved either. So that will be a 2 -2 for non-assault movement and +1 for the rain. So it's going to be a 2 -1. I was looking for my Vassal dice click, but we don't have that now, do we? 2 -1, I roll a 7. That would be a 6 on the 2. That would be a pin task check for the American. American rolls a 6 and is not pinned, but he ends his movement there. And there will be 1 residual in that location. Let me go ahead and put the residual there, because it's possible I can move the 10-2 up and blast that unit. I really don't need to. But let's just put the residual there anyway. This goes down to state 1. Because the rain dice roll modifier does not affect residual firepower placement as the scenario special rules have defined. Let me increase its size just a little bit more. All right, so 1 residual there, and that's it. So we got a leader to move. This is cleared. This isn't cleared. We could actually spread out and clear everything that way. and then reach our position here. The mortar needs to go up, and the mortar's not even in the game. So that's bad. The Americans' plan is already disheveled. Making good progress on the right. 10 minus 2, 8, 0 to move. He's just going to rally. 8, 0. He just doesn't need to move. We really don't want to be alone, though. We'll assault move at the 6, 6. You know what? We're going to come here in X7. We're going to assault move in X7. Hopefully this guy will be broken, and then maybe he can obtain concealment for a close combat later on in the game, or just be concealed, so you're not exposed to lots of fire. That's what we'll do. We'll probably move the 668 over here into W7 just to be sure, or not, or maybe just move the medium machine gun in with the 8-0. Right now, since the 137 was hidden and revealed to us during the movement phase, there cannot be a full squad in hidden status anywhere else. It has to be a half squad or not even hip. You don't have to hip the entire squad equivalent, but we know that since one of them was a half squad, the other one must be a half squad or not hip at all, and he's just has them over here or something like that. You could counter count and figure out what's going on, but most likely, if he's going to get caught alone or with the 347, it's going to be versus a 137 in the leader, at worst. So that is 1 to 2, and if they do ambush, hand-to-hand close combat, it's not the greatest, but it's not a guaranteed roll for the Japanese. So that's the idea. These guys probably will go forward, and he'll go here. Because the 667s need to kind of get up in this area so they can start shooting. Now they could shoot everything 12 firepower all day. So that's the idea. Or maybe the 8-0 can go here. And then we can have maybe a 16 firepower on this unit. That's what we'll do. We'll probably just move over there. So him moving here is irrelevant. 10 minus 2 is going to stay where he is. I really want that mortar, but these guys are going to have to carry it later. All right, so that's it for movement phase, defensive fire phase. I don't think these units are going to fire. The only other units, let me spin it around. The mortar. Not really a lot of targets. Mortar's going to fire on the lead unit. We have the hindrance only applies if it goes through. Yeah, it'll hit this building right here. So that line of sight will hit that building. 1, 2 hindrances plus 1 for the rain. That will need a 4 to hit from the base 7. A roll 10, no effect, just the acquisitions there. The squad itself will fire. Wow. A 2 plus 3, will that yield anything? Yeah, it will. 3 will do a pin task check. 2 plus 3 on the 667 back here. 7, no effect. The 6 will fire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Same thing. That'll be a 4 plus 3. Try to get a pin task check. Rolled 6 and cowers. And so that'll be a 9, no effect. So both these units have fired. These guys aren't going to fire. And he's already fired. That's it. So swing it back to the Americans. Okay. We're going to obviously fire point blank. Get rid of the residual for right now. Point blank shot is going to be technically a 7. We'll just call it a 6. 6 plus 1 because we have the rain. 6 plus 1. This is really nice, to be honest with you. I mean, it doesn't have to be right in your face here, but it could be off to the side or somewhere over here. It's just a good reminder. Otherwise, I would have forgotten 10 times by now. An 8 rolls an 8 plus 1. That's going to be a no effect. We can fire these guys at the same broken unit. But do we want to? That's not going to be ambush situations. We're not going to fire there. We're going to fire over here. Even though it's halved, he's got like practically no firepower. He's going to have 3, 1.5 rounds up to 2 plus 1, 3. This guy's 1, 2, 3, 4. Going to be out of range. That'll be a 2 plus 1, 2, 3. 2 plus 4. That's not even worth it. We'll blast ahead of us. 6 plus 2 in both spots. Top, left spot, 10, no effect. Other spot, 9, no effect. We don't know if there are enemy units there. And that's it for that. These guys over here, for all intents and purposes, they're all 4s. No, they'd be 3s, right? 3 halved against a halved unit or a concealed unit. He's 1.5, 2, 3. They'd all be 3s against the concealed unit. So let's go. Let's go 3, 6, 9, 12. 12 plus 3 on that unit. All of them we're going to fire there. 12 plus 3. Because they're all 3. 1 hindrance, 2 hindrances. Oh, 12 plus 4. Because of the rain. 12 plus 4 rolls a 10. No effect. As always, on the high charts, you roll nothing but 10s. And the leader himself will fire 2 plus 3 on this unit over here. I think it's a 2 plus 3, 7. They're super low. Probably wasted. Concealment works well. Actually, we could have fired over here, but not a worries. Okay, route phase, no broken units. Advance phase, we're going to advance here and tackle this guy. Again, in ASL, you could probably voluntarily break and run this guy out of dodge and save him, but you can't in starter kit. We're going to advance, advance. We're going to come here, and then we are going to, we're going to advance in this direction. Now we move the 9 minus 2 to the stack, or 9 minus 1 rather. Because if these guys get fired upon at point blank, which the Japanese player most likely will take, at least we can retaliate with some sort of firepower and at least step reduce somebody. So would you step reduce the 447 or would you step reduce the 347? My opinion, I think the 447 is a better target simply because he has that first line Japanese special benefits. So that would be my target of opportunity at that point. Concealment gains. The leader will gain a concealment at the end of the American player turn. And we'll do a, there's no ambush here, so we'll go straight to close combat. 6 to 1. Even I can do that. We need a 10 for casualty reduction. And we roll 3. Those guys are limited 1 to 6. He needs a snake eyes for a casualty reduction. Oops. Ding. Oh, snake eyes. Holy shit. Well, there you go. There you go. Holy smokes. That's hilarious. That's not a bad exchange. 3 firepower to 1 firepower. I'm just going to delete this guy. Or no, hell that. I'm not going to delete you. You're the man of the hour. We're going to put you in the halls. Let's go. Actually, it's American turn 2. We're going to put you right there, baby. And we've got an American unit. I'm going to clone him. We've already lost a squad. Half squad per turn. Considering we're not even hardly even get shot at by the Japanese. That's pretty impressive. So, wow. Well, at least we have another scout. We just run him out there. No smoke for this guy. No smoke. Maybe we'll just use him for a scout. We've cleared this side. We could pull him this way. They don't need any more firepower over here, so we'll probably end up pulling him this way to assist with these guys over here. This looks pretty weak, to be honest with you. And here's a situation where the Japanese might consider, considering the casualties the Americans have taken here, and these guys broke. These are all half squads. You know, you're talking 447s. Now you're at 1 to 1, and the Americans at 1 to 2. And you talk about close combat, hand-to-hand close combat. You're talking some major ass kicking going on. So coming this way, even though it's longer and slower through the jungle, you could come this way and get here, geez, maybe 2 turns, and then do a bonsai charge if you need it. But the 9-1, these guys over here are a potent force. So let's see how turn 2 goes for the Japanese. All right, very cool. Let's head on to Japanese turn 2. One more turn for the big boys. Come on. So spin around. Oops, sorry, the wrong spin. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got brewing over here. We may have to keep this guy going this way here. Again, probably send 1 half squad to scan it out. We may not be able to have that ability. Would we fire upon these guys? Our guys are coming on next turn. So if we fire these units and we fail a morale check, we're just going to be step reduced and we just move back anyway. The Americans can occupy these positions, but then we have our reinforcements that next turn. So even if we lose these, at least we'll obtain, even if both of these guys get step reduced, we essentially only lose about a quarter of a unit. We'll lose 2 firepower out of 7, which isn't bad. Plus we have these units here as well. So technically they could drop the entire way back here, and then we'd have a large fire group of Japanese units, which probably would be the better idea. So if we were to break 2 of these units, both of them couldn't go here to stack in the route phase. So they'd have to route some. This guy would have to route. This guy could route here initially, and then this guy would have to route here, and that's it. And then that would prevent the Americans from necessarily taking in a forward position, simply because these units could then advance back here, and these units could advance in a more, it's probably not the best spot to be here, but we can get like a giant fire group going. He can move over here to get a fire group going to defend that and still get the hindrance from this direction. That might actually be a better idea. Actually, that would be a pretty decent idea. And that way we'll have these units, even if they are step reduced, we're going to have them back here, point blank fire on unconcealed American units. So I think we're going to go with that. That's the plan. Rally phase, though, is the American. 10-2's got to do your work, baby. Come on. First unit rolls a 6. Quite easily makes it. They need a 10. So whoever you are, flip over. The next unit rolls a 6. Okay, we have a squad back into position. We're going to got to pick up the mortar. Need that rate of fire, and we need that time -2 to come up here and start cracking some skulls. All right, we're going to have to bust some ass. And hopefully this 10-2 will pass his pin task check next turn. If he gets pinned, that will put a huge damper on the Americans' turn. And thus, that's why I love that sort of scenario special rule. Normally, the 10-2 just roams up here and kicks ass. But if he gets pinned by the rule, he's out of the fight for yet another turn, and that can honestly cost the American the game. Because we need to get up there, we need to start shooting at stuff and reducing, and we really haven't done that as the Americans. We've lost a squad to a Japanese half squad 137. Not the best of exchanges. So let's see what happens. We do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They have 4, we have 5. All right, this will be interesting. So let's just fire some point blank. Let's fire some 347 over here. We're gonna fire 6 firepower plus 1 because of the rain. 6 plus 1 rolls 7 on the 6. It's a pin task check, and better than nothing, I guess. American unit rolls a 10 and is pinned. Here's our pin counter. Pin that guy. 447 will go ahead and reveal. Again, remember, even if he fires like a 30 firepower chart and then we break, we just simply flip. We just got to avoid the ELR failure. And what's the ELR of most Japanese players or Japanese units? Let me put a prep on this guy. 8 plus 1. Roll 7. 8 on the 8 is morale check. 667. Rolls snake eyes. Damn. All these goddamn snake eyes. Oh, man. Okay. So he's fine. So what is the Japanese ELR? What do you guys think it is? Actually, I forgot. Remember when the unit rolled a 12, the casualty reduction? He actually failed ELR as well, and I replaced the unit. It didn't change his back morale. It's still a 7, but he becomes a first line unit because the ELR of the Americans is 2, Japanese is 4, of course. Usually when the Japanese are defending, it's pretty high, or just 4 overall. I don't think I've ever seen the Japanese ELR like below a 3, to be honest with you. So the 346 is here with next to his buddy 347. And get the size. So they are up and running. So most likely the 347 will take the mortar, or the 346. Probably 346. And so there's the prep fire there. We've got a mortar here. The mortar will go ahead and prep fire to that unit there. And we won't fire the squad first because he might cower. So the mortar will go ahead and fire. And that's going to be a +1 hindrance, +2 hindrance from the rain. And that's it. So that's a 5. Hell, anybody can roll 5. Except for the Japanese, they roll 2 5s. And then he'll go and fire his inherent. It's going to be a 4 +3. Might as well. Rolls a 6. The 4 chop is going to be a 9, which is 2 above what we needed for any result. So, and this unit will go ahead and move. Preparing for the American onslaught next turn. 2, 3, 4. What we will do is we don't need to be in BB2. Right? They have 2 American squads over here. This is where the point comes in of where do you need to be and when do you need to be there. We can go 2, 3, and end our turn there, right? What does that give the Americans? That gives the Americans a 12 firepower +2 shot on us. Or +1, actually, because we're moving. So if we're going to end up there, why move there? Why not just move behind? Can't shoot us. It's doubtful that that's a LOS. That's pretty damn close. I might as well take the shot anyway. Or maybe we'll fire over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is probably out of line of sight to this unit over here. And then we advance here. You don't need to go 2, 4, or you could assault move here. But there again, you're still exposed to both units. And then you could advance phase over here. And especially if you move from here 2, 3, then the medium machine gun can now see you. So that's your 16 +2. Oh, that would be 16 +2. There's no need to take that shot. No need to take that move when you can avoid it. So he will move here for 1. And that 667 has a decision to make. I think he's going to ignore it because I think we're going to fire 16 firepower over here because we can get a double break on this unit. Now that we're adjacent and have tons of firepower, we can get a double break on this unit here. Again, primary usage is against the this guy's going to be jumping in close combat sooner than this guy will. So destroy the guy that's going to be destroying your units. This guy's just going to be breaking as we fire at him. So he will not take that shot, although I do believe that's a clear line of sight. He will not take that shot, and this unit will proceed to go 2, 3, 4. Again, this is a completely clear shot, but I want the big fire group over here to give this guy 2 morale check. This would be a 6 up 1 shot. Not the greatest, but not bad, right? 6 + 1's pretty damn decent. But I think blowing this guy away is critical. And this guy's going to have a small shot. Actually, he's not going to really have much of a shot at all. It'll be a 2 + 3. So it's going to be garbage. So anyway, that's it for the Japanese move. This unit will still remain hidden over here. Remember, late game. This is a late game decision. If I start moving units over here, then I'll have to reevaluate what my options are for that unit. Okay? So what we're going to look at is now we're going to look at the Americans' defensive fire phase. And we will start, no, we will not start with these guys over here. And here's where the order of fire comes into play. If these guys get very fortuitous results, especially if one of those guys rolls a 12 on a morale check, then he's going to be casualty reduced. He's going to be shredded. He's going to ELR fail. Well, maybe ELR fail. Anyway, these guys only have 1 to 2 targets to fire at. These guys, if they get shredded, they can now pursue targets over here. So they have options. They have 1, 2, 3 targets available to them. Let these guys fire first because they got nobody else to fire at. Right? They've got nobody else to fire at. So fire these units first. Don't fire these guys first. Fire these guys first. Too bad he's not one more over. I could have used as a help. But hey, we'll take it. 347. He's still alive. He had a hell of a close combat against like 2 guys with samurai swords or some shit going on over there. So now how are we going to fire this first? Most likely they will not break. So firing the leader first or second may not even make a difference because they won't break normally like other units would. If these were typical non-Japanese units, non-step reducing units, the first shots could break them, and then you could follow with the 9-1, and he would not lose his concealment because they would not be good order, and he would be firing in the line of sight of a non-good order unit, so therefore he would not lose his concealment. But here it doesn't really matter. You could start with them if you want, and then follow up with these guys. But right now, I think I'm going to take a... Too bad the pin wasn't on this guy, because I'd like to take the 12 plus 2 by itself. And this guy will be by himself over here. Technically, these guys could fire a 12 plus 2 as well. And then this guy could fire a 6 up 2 over here. And then he could fire a 6 up 2 as well. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll just fire lots of shots because you need to make him to make lots of rolls for morale checks. You still need to get a little lucky. I'm not going to bother to mark these. I guess I could. But technically, there's so few units over there. Really don't need to mark them too much. So this guy's going to fire up first. He is going to fire 12 plus 2 on BB4, plus 1 for the rain, plus 1 for terrain. 12 up 2. And I roll Snake Eyes. God dang. So, Snake Eyes goes to the left of a column because he cowered. And that will be an up 2. Be a 4-2 morale check. Japanese unit. Rolls a 4, so he's fine. So he's fired. Let's go ahead and fire this other unit over here. Let's do a 12 up 3. This guy and this guy will fire 12 up 3, same target. He rolls an 8, 9, 10, 11. How wonderful. And then we'll fire. We're going to fire 12. We're just going to fire 12 both of these units. Since nothing's happened so far, I might as well keep my concealment. Both those units are going to fire 12 up 3 at that unit. Because this guy's going to get the hindrance of +1, +2, and the +1 for the rain. 12 up 3 is not bad. Need to roll 6. And a 10. You roll 10s on your large charts, yeah, you're just an imbecile. And so nothing happens over there. That's wonderful. Now you could reevaluate your position over here. Now these guys have fired. This guy's not going to have any targets. Fire 1. He'll fire a 1 up 1 on this guy over here. 1, 2, 3, 4 out of range, but it's only +1 from the rain. 1 up 1 to 7 to effect. And then these units over here, again, we could fire over here with 1 unit. This guy's maybe a 12. But we'll go ahead and fire 16. We'll fire 16, 6, 6, and 4. We're going to call it 2 hindrances plus a +1. 16 up 4 looks like. Wow. Yep, 16 up 4. 9, no effect. Again, excellent rolls. On the large charts leads you to look like a monkey with egg on his face. So, jack shit for large attacks. All my 12s yielded nothing. Well, 2 morale check wasn't too bad. Leader gets to do nothing, and then it's it. Advanced fire for the Japanese. Japanese had, might as well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 plus 2, that will yield no effect. The pin won't matter on that unit unless we were close to jumping in close combat. I would fire that shot. So nothing else is going to happen. We're going to back up here. He's going to assault move here, or not assault, but advance to that location. We're going to take his preps off. From on this side, these guys didn't place them. First fired over here, and that's it for the Japanese. Wow, no concealment gains. Everyone's in line of sight. That's it. Let's go to American turn 3. All right, they need to make some headway. Let's spin around and see what's going on. Wow. Okay, the mortar needs to get into play. The mortar needs to start destroying these units. They should have been. Mortar hasn't gotten a shot off yet in 3 turns. That is a big impact. A 4-1 sends lots of morale checks at these guys, so we need to start doing some damage. We could take Y5. Do we need to take Y5? Or just fire 12? We could, right here, we could just assault move or advance phase into Y5 later on. So I think we're going to stick with our 16 chart. And I think we're going to fire right here, to be honest with you. Got that rate of fire going. It's a not necessarily a clean shot, but it's there. So I think we're going to start with that. First things first, rally phase. American 10 -2, 1 task check. And he rolls a 6, so he's fine. No throwing up yet. So that's what we're going to do, is we're going to blast this guy, reduce the firepower, and hopefully move some Americans in these locations and drop some smoke. That's going to be risky, because if they break the turn before, shit's going to happen. But I think we need to do that. That's extremely risky. How far can they move? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Holy shit. The Japanese can get right on the Americans if they're all broken over here. So prep firing these guys might be problematic. And the reason why I say that is, let's say we fire all 3 of these units here, fire and step reduce this guy. You know, gee, that's great and fine and dandy. That doesn't do a damn good. I think we need to, and then we could advance move him over there, but I think yeah, I think these two have, I think more firepower. The 16's not bad. I think the firepower over here is pretty decent. The mortar needs to get going. The 347 and this 346. Actually, we're going to send the 346 to the mortar. We need the morale up in the front in case we need to do some final protective firing. And we need to send more troops this way, because I'm going to move here and I anticipate some breaks. I'm going to try and drop some smoke and get in there so he only has 1 shot. And then we can go from there. Excuse me. We can engage this unit in close combat and kill him. But does that give us anything? I'm not so sure that it gives us anything. It might force the Japanese to come this way, but if you've got an American unit right here, all you have to do is break him and have your Japanese move into CC4 at the end of the turn. So I don't really think we want to be in the BB3. I think we might swing around this way and put pressure on AA4. And with our advanced fire American capabilities and firepower, we start shredding these units over here. I don't really like going into here. I think we'll go into these sections. We'll see what happens. Let's try and step reduce this guy here first. So we will fire 16 firepower on that unit. So prep fire. Okay, we're just going to prep fire right in the middle. So 16 plus 1 hindrance, plus 1 hut, plus 1 rain. 16 plus 3. Roll 5 with rate of fire on the gun. Hey, look at that. 16 plus 3, 5. That's an 8 on the 16 is a 1 morale check. All right. That's respectable. It better be for 16 chart. 7. Oh, shit. There's your 12. Oh, shit. All right. Casualty reduction occurs first, so he becomes a half squad. And then he breaks. Straight up breaks. And there's a 1 morale check, so he needed 6, 10. He ELR fails as well. So what we'll do here is we'll make him a state. We'll clone that. We'll get rid of this guy. And then we'll put him back up to full squad. And he's broken. Wow. And we have the medium machine gun ready to fire again. That's going to be a 4+3. If we roll a 3, it's a morale check. Might as well. 4+3. Need a 3. 11. Okay, nothing there. All right, so we got a result, and he rolls a 12, just like we had right here. So it's an exchange of units. This is huge. That is super huge. All right, let's go to movement phase. Oh, this guy's pin is gone, by the way. All right, movement phase. Let's go with a... Yeah, we're going to have to try and... This guy's in the open, so that'd be a +1. Not a big fan of the 610. It's a 12 chart right there. He'll break. I don't think I'm willing to do that. I think we could kick some ass now. So, movement phase, this unit will attempt smoke placement in the BB4. And he rolls a 4, no effect. So that's 2, 3. This unit will move. Let's try one of these guys. He'll go 1. Actually, this 667 will go 1, 2, 3. Should we fire? That's going to be easy shot from him. Easy shot. He's going to stay for point blank fire. He is going to fire first fire in that location. Not the unit, but hopefully he won't cower. We're going to save the mortar fire for the jungle, or this jungle here. First fire, that will be a 4. Non-assault movement negates the building. And so you have a 4+1. Just don't cower. 7, 8 on the 4 is no effect. And we do have 2 residual. Okay. So that's something to be said. All right, so he's done moving. Okay, he's going to go here. 1. Drop smoke into BB4. 3. 2. Got it. And then he's done moving. Actually, he can move back up to here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, he's going to go move 4 here because this is still within our 4 hex range. This is not cleared. Although no one's fired at that position. When these guys fired, maybe because no result, this person could still remain hidden and take these guys over, or wait for the broken units. So I'm going to advance fire over here. This guy's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. And at that point, that's 3 movement factors. And so that will be... I think we're going to go ahead and fire to leave residual there in case this guy wants to move up as well with the 9-1 leader. So we're going to go ahead and fire. This will be 6 firepower. This will be 6 firepower as well. So it's 12 firepower, +1 for the building, +2 for the terrain here, +3, 4, and then 5 for the rain. That's a 12 + 5 shot. God, we need a 4? We're going to wait. We're going to wait. We're not going to get a result if we need to roll a 4. We have to wait for the smoke to dissipate. So, since we're going to wait for the smoke to dissipate, where is this 667 going to go? That's going to be a 4+1. Not a bad shot. I think we could take that risk. We're going to go 1, 2, 3. And that will be 12 up 1 here. But he won't be able to fire over here. So it doesn't really matter. So we'll take the 12 up 1 here. It's the same sort of concept here. I was hoping to see if they would double stack in here. This unit might... No, he can't even go there. 12 up 1 here, CC4. And I roll 10. 12 on the 12 is jack shit. 6 residual. We are going to put some residual there. Not 8. 4. Oh, if I click this and take 3. Yeah, that's just use your number keys. You can do that. 6 residual. Okay. So he's there. Leader hasn't moved. These guys have moved. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we'll go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. That way we can get 8 firepower to EE4 or one of these other hexes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, probably EE4. 9 minus 1. These guys have first fired. Let me put the marker on there. Let's not be lazy. And let's go for it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Subsequent first fire will be pointless because the modifiers involved. He could subsequent first fire, but we had a 12 plus 5 on him before. Now that's all halved, so it's going to be a 6 plus 5. He's immune. The concealment is gone. He's immune to fire, other than the mortar. And we'll take a shot with the mortar in the defensive fire phase, because that is a leader. These other units have moved. These units on the bottom have not moved. This 8-0 is still active. And we're going to keep him there. We're just going to keep him there. So over here, we're going to have the 3, 4, 6 move here for 2 and expend 1 more movement factor to pick up the mortar. 3, 4. And rolls a 2 and finds it. Wow. Okay. All right. So now we might be concerned with that unit there. And to be honest with you, I need to fire in the defensive fire phase. Actually, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to fire now at the unit. We're going to fire back over here. The mortar needs to stay out of the game. It's a free 4 minus 2 shot, or 4, 4, 1. That's going to be a +1, +2, probably a +1 shot for the rain, +1 hindrance, +2. We need 5 to hit. I think the mortar needs to stay out of the game. We roll 7. We do have an acquisition, and so we'll need 6 next turn. All right, 10 minus 2 and the 3, 4, 7. Where are you going to go? All right. Oh, we're going to lose concealment when we move. These guys cannot double time. We've cleared out all this terrain here except for EE4. So any movement, even X7, any movement from the 10 minus 2 through this area here is going to be safe or at least hindered in case someone's in Y5. 10 minus 2 is going to go, we're just going to go here. 2. He's fired his mortar, so the mortar's first fired. Big importance. So we'll go 2. Can't intensify the mortar. 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, actually, 3, 4, 5. We'll stay right here. Yeah, we're going to stay right here because we're going to use his leadership modifier and the 666 to fire and vaporize this unit. And these guys can fire and vaporize these units. and then we can decide where we want to go. Maybe centralize them, put them over here. That might be an option. Looking pretty interesting right now. 10-2 is in the thick of things. Is in the thick of things now. It really will negate that +1 rain dice roll modifier. That's actually been kind of a pain in the ass during the entire game. I got to be honest with you. A couple lucky shots here and there, all fine and dandy, but every +1s is pretty crazy. Every +1's pretty crazy. So, we haven't gotten fired from any Japanese units here or Japanese units here. Again, our range is 1, 2, 3, 4. We have this hex row here, possible hip units, but we'll see what I'll have to rethink about where I might be thinking where a hip unit would be. Back here is kind of far again because the Japanese units are going to be entering from there. Why bother have a hip unit back here? I think the value of the hip unit back here is far reduced. Hip units can be in here. Nothing wrong with that for point blank shots. Otherwise, he would have taken one if he was there. And he would have been exposed if he was an AA4. So we know AA4 is clear. AA5 is clear. CC3 is clear. Most likely because we did a shot here with no effect. We probably could have taken a shot point blank. So being in CC3 is less likely, especially if it's a defensible sort of stronghold type of concept. You know, you're not going to hold this guy from firing and flank him. You're going to put somebody on the flank like I'm doing over here to flank. Guys in the middle, if there's a guy right here, he would have fired by now. He would have fired at least at the 10-2 coming across here. Or point blank on these guys. Or jump them into close combat last turn. Because we saw what happened with the 1-6 over here. And if you got hand-to-hand, you got it made. So, to be honest with you, logically thinking, that leaves the W row and maybe some guys back here. But back there does nothing in your defense of all the victory points up here. The Americans don't need to go any further. Americans can stop right here. They don't really give a shit about, I don't care if they have, a Tiger tank back here. Doesn't matter if you don't bring them out. It serves no purpose. And once the Americans are here, you're going to run out in the open? Yeah, it's not going to happen. So that really limits where the last Japanese hip units could be. The leader could be back here. Now, the leader could be back here with the 137. Because if these guys break, they can route back here and rally real quickly. But, again, at the point of the game where these guys are breaking, you're going to be surpassing turn 3, and so you're going to actually have 2 more leaders come on in that general vicinity. Let's make the 10-2 a little bigger. So, logically thinking, you could have a leader back here. Maybe you anticipate the Americans' push to be much harder. That's fine. Or you could have a leader perhaps over here for the same purpose. Break and then route to the leader's position over here. If that were the case, this unit would probably never move to AA4. They probably would have scooted down in this direction if the leader was back in this area. Because this guy can't route to him. He can't go that way. He has to go this way. The closest cover is going to be over here. So the leader wouldn't be right there if my guys are moving here. You would move them back that way instead of this way, in my opinion. All right, so they moved there, prep fire there, defensive fire there. He's fired, no fire. Smoke dissipates, and then we go to advanced fire. These guys have fired. Just these guys are left. Take both residuals off. Just move them over here. Okay. First things first. 10-2 and 667 and 347 have two targets. This guy or this guy. Actually, this guy's probably a better target. 347 is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Half. It's going to be 1.5. This guy will be 3. Round up to 3 plus 1 is 4. So that'd be only a 5. Huh. 5, this guy will be even. And this guy will be even. So we will fire on Y3. A 4 even. We're not going to fire the 347 because we don't need him. But this will be a 4-shot. Even. Start with the 10 minus 2. Rolls a 7 on the 4-shot, which is a pin task check. We roll pin task check, and he rolls an 11 as pinned. I'm going to take these first fires off. Oops. Lots of them. All right, there we go. And where's our pin? Right here. That's fine. Nothing's gonna. I can't engage him in close combat anyway. Let's get a advanced fire on these guys. All right, so let's go with what do we got here? We got a 6+2, 6+2, 4+2. Let's go with 6. Let's take our shots. We're gonna go this guy here. We're gonna go 6 right there. Actually, I'm gonna change my color. Six plus 2 on that unit right there. Okay. Roll 10, no effect. So he's fired. Clone that. He's going to fire adjacent on 347. That's going to be a 6+1 because of the leadership modifier. Rolls a 6. 7 on the 6 is a normal morale check. Japanese unit rolls an 11. Normal morale check is not going to cause an ELR failure, but he will step reduce. All right. This unit here on the end will fire adjacent and be 6+2. Eliminate the unit. Rolls a 10, no effect. Units in the back will fire an 8. An 8 up 1 in EE4. Rolls an 8, a 9 on the 8's pentastic, enough to reveal. And so no effect there. There's nobody right there. So we've got that one. DD3, and these are the only ones that could be possible hip units. Okay, so that's pretty cool. So everyone's done their firing. Actually, we have the mortar we can fire. The mortar will fire back at this unit there. You say, hey, Stu, you can't fire. And then I'll say, why not? You say, because it's a mortar, you can't fire the mortar in the advanced fire phase. Only if you haven't moved it. So you got to make sure that if it's moved and if you recover, then you're good to go. I'm going to swap these. I'm going to make this one A. That was like more like the bad guy. So again, that's a 5 on the way back, or 7 on the way back, +1, +2, and then +2 for advanced fire. We get 1 shot, so we need a 3. And we roll an 11. We almost break the darn thing, but we do get an acquisition. So pretty much that's the key. That was the whole idea. All right, so let's go route phase. Route phase. I'm getting a prep over here. We need a route phase. This guy needs to move. And for, let me check about the interdiction. Okay, so the interdiction, I checked the scenario special rule. You do get interdicted. So this guy's got either low crawl or roll a 5. That's not a good situation to be in. Don't want to go here with a -1 leader, so that leaves 1 spot for us to go. Unfortunately. I want a low crawl. I don't see me rolling a 5. If I roll a 6, I'm going to be pinned there anyway. So, odds are, looking at the dice probabilities, you need to roll a 6. 41% chance. You roll 6 or lower. So a 5, I've got a 25% chance of actually making it to my destination. Considering I know as a Japanese player, there's no leader back there to rally, I'm not going to bother. If there were a leader back there, I probably would risk interdiction because he's going to die there anyway when he gets shot. So I'll force the American to use his defensive fire to kill me instead of my other units. But the Americans have an advance phase right now. The Japanese are coming on next turn. Should we just occupy? 12, that's a 9. That's a 16 firepower. And then that's an 8 firepower. Subsequent first fire. We only get one shot. That's going to be a hindrance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Should we occupy? I think we try to kill this guy. He's a second line unit. Not a big fan of the 12. But that's what they pay us for. Which unit to move, though? I think we're moving this 667 there. That way we keep a 667 on the flank here with this unit. And covering these hexes as well. Because if we move him, then they can come in here. And this we don't have a lot of firepower to shoot on him in response to that. And so because of that, I'm moving the 9-1 over here as well. Because the 10-2 is going to take these positions over here. And he's going to move central, smack dab in the middle of the map with 8 firepower. It's actually pretty nice. And he'll be centralized, so if the Japanese come from this side over here, he's ready to respond. And if they also come over here, he's also ready to respond. And he's in one movement phase of the medium machine gun. So the medium can get up to his location, and then they can wreak havoc on a 12 chart. 12 firepower, just shredding shit. So that's a really good spot for him to be in right now. 9-1 securing the flank. These guys get to advance. We're just going to advance them straight on. We're going to move him up. And the mortar is... If the mortar moves up here, it really won't affect any fire on this direction because he's never going to hit anything through those hindrances. I don't see any purpose to move the mortar, to be honest with you. I don't know. I just can't get over there in turn 3 or not. There's just a unless I can go here and BB-8, and then if the Japanese intend to come this way, that's only going to be a plus 1 hindrance. I don't think they'll move in the open. So plus 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a plus 4 hindrance. I think it's better than nothing. Plus it gets the acquisition off. I would lose my acquisition, but then I would gain a plus 2 firing back on that guy. Will this guy move is the question. I think he will move to Z2 to at least get cover. Even if he assault moves to Z2, actually what we may do for the Japanese, we may smoke the 10-2. Or white phosphorus him. We'll probably white phosphorus the 10-2. But that's still 16 firepower plus 2 here. That's problematic. We'll have to think about that later. But the Americans' turn. I say keep move it over. I just don't see any gain from it moving over. I'm going to keep the acquisition here. In case he does prep. Just in case he does prep. Because if he goes here, he's CX'd anyway. He'd have to go out in the open, if anywhere. And you know what? He might as well. He might as well move in the open. So the acquisition is gone from both. Well, this still stays there. So that's that. Let's play some control markers for the Americans. We'll get we'll get concealment gains over here for these two guys. They're in concealment terrain, out of line of sight of the enemy units. Yay! Actually, that's a small one. So does anybody else gain concealment? And the answer would be no. We do have some close combat. Ambush. Sorry about that. American and Japanese ambush. Let's go. 3 and 2, no effect, no modifiers. Just no modifiers. You're not in jungle. Nobody's first line. Nobody's fancy dancy. So it's just 6 to 1 or 6 to 2. It's 3 to 1 for the Americans. Needs an 8 for CR. Americans roll 7. I saw the 6 and it looked grim. And the Japanese unit has a 1 to 3, which makes it a 1 to 4. And he rolls a 6. It almost was a 4. But yeah, no effect there. So Japanese 237 gets eliminated. So that's essentially a squad and a half. And then we'll put down our control markers and then think about the Japanese turn 3. All right, let's proceed with the Japanese turn number 3. All right, this looks really weird right here, gentlemen. Does that or does not look weird? Okay, let's revisit the entry locations of these particular units. Okay, here's our reinforcements right here. Enter on turn 3 on any 1 west edge hex. 5 or more hexes from OZ0. All right, let's go back to the board. Double check an OZ0 is right here. We're at that location. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Greater than or equal to, which is right where I have my grids. On any 1 hex. Enter on any 1 hex. So let's see the off-board setup rules for starter kit 4, just to be sure. Just to be sure. All right, gentlemen and lady, page 12. SK rules. Scroll down to the movement phase. During the movement phase, you may move all, some or none of your dudes. We don't care about that. We don't care about that. Units may, when moving, units move from hex to hex and may not skip hexes. Units may move over a stack on top of friendly units, may not move into a hex that would violate stacking units. Okay? Move into a hex that would violate stacking units at any time during the move. All right? Non-vehicular units may not move into a hex containing enemy units during the movement phase. Don't really care about that. Units enter from off-board either at the start of the scenario. Doesn't apply. Let me zoom in here a little bit. Can we zoom in? All right. Units may set up off-board along specific edges of the map. At the start of the rally phase and any player turn of entry, they may not perform any action while off-board except move during the movement phase per normal open ground movement costs. Okay, so off-board movement is open ground costs. They must enter during the movement or advanced phase of the turn to be eliminated. Roads are considered to extend off-board for purposes of road bonus. You may not voluntarily leave the map when it's in good order. And otherwise, if you have to exit the map, you're eliminated. All right, let's look for stacking. Let's look up stacking. Pretty much it doesn't say jack shit about it. So, Not a big fan. It says you enter on 1 hex or entering on 1 hex. Doesn't say you stack off board in different hexes. It doesn't say off. Essentially, because you're not on board, I'm going to say since you're not on board, their stacking limits do not apply when you're off board. You are not on board. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to go with that. I think it's kind of bullshit because ASL is completely different. But it goes along with the SK philosophy of cutting out 90% of the rules. So if I need to enter on EE1, I just move my guys adjacent to it and enter on EE1 or whatever the case may be. So I'm stacking them up because the rules don't specify that I can't, that I don't stack them up. Let me know what you guys think about that. In terms of, I mean, it's not like there aren't other rules that completely violate and are completely 180 degree different from ASL and starter kit. But this is an important one. It's big because essentially what it does is it allows everyone to enter EE1 for cost of 1 versus a cost of 2 or more in the case may be. You know, if that were a road, does everyone stack on the road and go straight in? It doesn't say it. And screw it. I'm stacking them up. That's what the rules allow. My tournament director says, go for it, Stu. You're the man. Your opponent's a goon. He doesn't know what he's doing as Americans, and he's going to be eliminated right now. So, unless you guys can find out where that information is otherwise in the rule book. So, yeah, unless you guys find something else that specifically prevents me from stacking on adjacent to a space off board, I'm doing it, and you guys should too, to be honest with you, until that shit gets clarified. And, you know, brevity of rules is one thing, but, you know, if you want people to move on, and I'm not sure if that's obviously not the case, if you want some people to move on, this does not facilitate that. And that's a simple fact. It's not saying I don't like SK. I'm just saying that for the facilitation of moving on, getting into ASL, and transitioning on a smooth level, this is one of those rules which doesn't allow that to occur. And sometimes it can be more confusing. Because theoretically, I won't get into that. You know, I had an anecdotal information about stacking off board, but we won't touch that with a 10-foot pole. So, anyway, we're stacking, we're moving, let's go, bitches. All right, DM comes off, beginning of the rally phase. That's it. All the units are on the map, as you see. So let's go with prep fire phase. I think it might be... should we blast this guy point blank? I think we can afford to do that. 12 firepower. +2. He'll break. We could drop mortars over here. That would be very excellent. And then follow up a 4+, same thing. These guys, this essentially the same terrain. There's a -1, +2. Oh, we could smoke. Yeah, we're gonna smoke. We're gonna smoke first. Let's let's find out our options. 3 hexes, 3 to 10. Hey, imagine that. 3 hexes away. Smoke 7. Let's smoke the 10 -2 leader. Smoke that son of a bitch. So if he wants to get out of it, he has to move closer or move away. All right. Let's go, Mr. First Liner over there. It's been kicking ass the entire game. That is a range of 3. Flip will have a rate of fire of 2. Because our HE range, we got this back. Oh, that would be a rate of fire of 1 on the HE, but we're gonna smoke over here. Come on, just give me a 6. Give me a 6. One time. Fuck, 9. All right, so what do you help me smoke? No smoke there. So in that case, we're firing. Let's fire white phosphorus on him. That'll last a couple turns. Would it be better to fire white phosphorus somewhere else? Would it be better to fire white phosphorus here? That would kind of give him defense. I kind of need it like out in the open somewhere where my guys might not get shot. If I drop Willie Pete right here, these guys could still, these guys can't fire in that direction without getting the white phosphorus. And it comes dispersed. So it's not going to last very long. All right, so you know what? We're going to throw white phosphorus, shoot the shot. If we smoke it over here and he breaks, we can kill that unit. No, we route first. Yeah, we'll break too. Yeah, all right. We're going to drop some white phosphorus right here. And that is a 6 on that roll. Rate of fire 1 at a range of 1 to 5. It will come out dispersed. Come on. Come on. Oh, 3. Hell yeah, bitches. Oh, yeah. And we got a 1 on the rate of fire. Holy shit. This is stupid. All right, where's that smoke? I don't even know where the smoke is now. Here it is. Wow. All right, that's some crazy shit. All right, so white phosphorus comes out. He gets nailed by it, and he has to take a morale check +1 from the terrain. So technically he needs an 8 to pin. Wow, this guy's bad. Too bad we didn't get the smoke and the white phosphorus. That'd be pretty cool. Oops, shit. Die went flying. All right, the other one was a 6, so we have to reroll that. Come on, stay in the bucket. Piece of crap. Paid $335 for this dice tower. I need to stay in the bucket. 6, he passes his morale check, but he is under the dispersed marker, so it's a +2 fire out. It's not that much. Dispersed is, I mean, to be honest with you, it's really not that much. I mean, a hand grenade smoke is more than that, but it does give the morale check, and it's an whole hex inherent hindrance, and he gets to fire white phosphorus again. So let's remove our acquisition. We don't gain acquisition from that. So where else can we fire white phosphorus? And the big boy? I kind of want to cut these guys' firepower out over here. Or we need a 6 anyway. I think a white phosphorus shot over here anyway. Do we need a 6 for that? So base 7. 6 for the rain. 5 for BB3 hindrance. Yeah. We need to roll a 5. We need to roll a 5 to hit, so that's good. And then once we roll that 5, actually let's change this one to golden. So the side is golden. So now you know that it's Japanese. So if we can get a 5 there, we maintain white phosphorus in our weapon. We smoke there, and then he has to get the hell out to not be another +2. So that's that's a good target. This guy we were gonna blast at 12 + 1. 12 + 2. Come on. Oh, a 6. Wait. Damn it, that's white phosphorus, but I think we missed. I think we missed that. That would have been a good shot. +1 rain, +1 hindrance makes it a 5 right there, right then and there. Damn it. See, that rain makes all the difference in the world. All right, so that's it for the white phosphorus. That was not a white phosphorus shot. He got ready to fire. Now we can fire. Oh, no, actually, that was a regular shot because he did have white phosphorus. He just missed. So he did fire the weapon right there. So that would be a prep fire on the... Even though we didn't have a round, we missed the shot. So that's too bad. Good try. Good try on that. But now we could fire the squad. The squad is going to fire We're going to fire... yeah, we're going to fire at this unit here because this unit is hindered by the smoke to this unit. So we're going to fire... He's going to blast us either way. So we need to fire him. If he breaks, then we might be able to make a move on him. That's going to be a 4+2. Not much of a shot, but we're there. An 8's no effect. 8's not going to get jack shit on this game. Then we'll fire the LMG point blank at a 12+2. At 11, no effect. That's too bad. And it breaks the weapon. Not good. Alright, so he's broken. He's prepped. And that's all the Japanese units we have. This guy's DM'd, actually, because he has a guy next to him. My bad. And that's it. Let's go for movement phase. Alright, we got these jokers. Over there. What can we do? What can we do? All right, we're going to move the mortar boy on first. We're going to go 1, 2, 3. We do have a line of sight here. This looks pretty clear to me. That line from here to here. Can you see that? All you have to do is eyeball that. I mean, yeah, we could string it, but it's going to bisect this hex side right here. So the line of sight is from here, here to here. That's a clean shot. So he's going to see every single hex over here. So I'm not bothering with any concealment. It's not needed. 1, 2, 3. We move here. This guy's out of smoke and white phosphorus. I think we can remember that. You know what we'll do is we'll turn it sideways. And then wow. Okay. We're going to go we need to try and set up for that bonsai charge. There's only 3 squads on the back side. We don't want to chase the 10-2. We want to set up the bonsai on this side. But we need to put pressure. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would be pressure here. That would force him to fire, wouldn't it? I don't give a shit. Let's do it. It might save this unit here if we throw a giant stack into CC2. It might save this unit a step reduction. So we're going to do it. We're going to stack this sucker up. 1, 2, 3. I think we can go in there. 1 squad, 2 squads, and a half squad. That's maximum capacity. 1, 2, 3. Don't want the other mortar. 4, 5. How will the American react to that? We've got a shot over here. We have a mortar here. Do we want to take this shot? We actually could do 16. But this one's going to be a +1, +2, +3, +4, +5, -1, +4. That's a 16 +4 against a 10 morale unit. If we roll a 6, that'll be a normal morale check. I don't think that's our best shot. We do have a 10-2 that could shred this guy anyway. That might make a morale check to step reduce him. And if we step reduce him again, that means that he'll only have the mortar to fire and nothing else. I say we ignore the 10-0 for right now, and we go for step reduction. This is going to be far more likely. And considering he's got the LMG gone, he's essentially lost 3 firepower. This will probably have no effect. We got a 9 morale unit in there. We got a 10 morale unit, and 2 guys. Essentially, it's going to be 8 morale. We might get a 1 morale check on that. I don't really see it happening. This is going to be a 6+1 shot here. I don't see it being effective. We could subscript for fire. We'll do that. We'll fire the 6+1, but no one else is going to move in there, and then we'll give it. It'll give us another shot to fire. It'll get another. We have this shot over here. We'll fire the 6+1. Just I hear you guys screaming. I hear you screaming. 6+1. And we roll a 7. That's our 7. Pin task check. Leader's immune to the pin, so we can ignore that. We've got a 7, a 7, and an 8. Let me reduce that a little bit. All right. What we got? Let's go to 9 first. Normal morale check or pin task check. This guy needs a 9. Rolls a 9. He's good. These guys need 2 8s. Squad number 1 is pinned. The second one is a 5. He's fine. So one guy, the LMG guy, is pinned. We were like, it kind of sucks. All right, he's pinned. So we'll just move this like here. Two 8's a little big. I'll reduce him in a second. I'll reduce him right now because he's just too big. There we go. 1 pin, the other guys are okay. And that leaves 2 residual. Nobody else is going in there. We'll just grab this one. We'll just throw 2 residual on top. All right, not bad. We got he can advance, I guess. We can advance up to here. All right, so we'll continue movement. Let's go with 1, 2, 3 for there. Do we fire? That's going to be an 8 plus 2. If we fire, or we wait for the leader. We wait for the leader. This unit will go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. He'll wait here. Excuse me. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to CX, double time. Where is it? Only the Japanese can CX in this one. Oh, here we go. Okay. Let me grab another one there. So he CX is there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll CX this unit here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Double time. And we'll go 1, 2, 3. And you know what? This guy will come on concealed. And will come on with an assault move. We come on with an assault move because these are all 8+3 shots. He's the one that's going to be conducting a potential bonsai. And he can come on concealed because there are hindrances between himself and the enemy units. And he assault moved in a hindered terrain. These guys are CX. That's exactly what we want. Yep. So, that's it for the Japanese movement. Let's go with the American defensive fire phase. All right. We'll start off with the first fired unit. He's going to fauna fire. Adjacent, 6 up 1. Let's go. Oh, shit. That's a 12. Nothing there. This unit here, he has a 6 up 1 in the 447. Holy shit. I just saw something. Huh. That's interesting. Okay, we need to blast units. We need to shoot, shoot, and shoot. These guys have to fire. The reason why these guys have to fire and these guys have to fire, because I just saw that the Japanese player has a continuous line of Japanese units that can bonsai charge all 4 of these guys. That's looking pretty friggin' ugly. It sure is. So, we need to do some casualties. Okay, 9 minus 1, 6, 6, 7 will fire a 6 even shot over here. Hopefully I didn't already take that shot. This guy rolled a 12. 6 even. Rolls a 7 on the 6 chart. Is a normal morale check. Japanese player says, hell yeah, bitches. Rolls a snake eyes. And so he's final fired. We'll fire these guys over here. 1, 2, 3. And that'll hit the thing. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. We'll just fire the middle unit. Actually, we'll fire at this unit because he's not counter exhausted. 1, 2, 3. That'll be an 8 up. 8 up 3. Not a bad shot. 8 up 3. Rolls a 10. Don't really care about the half squad over here. NDCX. This unit here is a squad. NECX. This one is actually the best unit overall in terms of functionality. So I took the most damaging unit because he can CX that next turn and these guys can't. So that's the reason for that shot. This is gone. These guys are done. 10 minus 2. What targets do you have? We got a unit here we can destroy. We have a 447 with a mortar. No brainer. We fire at the mortar because we don't. We could fire this direction, but we're going to be incurring a smoke at the big boy leader down there. So that is an 8 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, an 8 up 2. We'll fire an 8 up 2 on the 10-0. Actually. Plus 1 smoke, plus 2, 3 in the rain. And then minus 2. That's an 8 up 2. He rolls a 7. That's a 9, which is a pin. Leader's immune. We need 8 and a 9. 8. It rolls a 5 and a 9. Rolls a 10. So that guy is pinned. Alright. Oh, shit. Hold on. Let's get rid of these. So he's pinned. That guy's not pinned. Wow, lots of pins going on there. All right. So now we do our 16 chart over here then, I guess. So plus 1, plus 2 for the rain, plus 216, plus 2 on 447. We roll a 6 and that cowers. So that will be an 8 on the 12, which is a 1 morale check. All right. Japanese needs a 6, and he rolls a 9. Does not heal or fail. But he gets step produced, which affects his firepower minorly. But that's still 1 loss of a column. It's still step reduction. And then we have the mortar from the American down here as well. We can't see anything over there. We have 2 targets. Potentially 3 here. We'll fire on their mortar. Plus 1, plus 2, plus 3 for the rain. We'll need a 4 to hit. Rolls a 9, rate of fire. Need a 5 to hit. 6, rate of fire. Need a 6 to hit. 6 with rate of fire. Okay, that's a 4 even shot. No effect with a 9, rate of fire. 10, that would be a miss, but he has a rate of fire. So we're not firing a shot during most of the game. He pops off like 4 shots straight away. Where is my acquisition? I thought I had one. Okay. I'll just clone this one. Let's go with And then change the color to American green. You can see it. I can make them a little fatter. So you can see them a little better, but it's not that big a deal. But you do see the yellow there, and you do see the green there. So that helps a little bit. So this one has acquisition. Where did he fire up? I think he fired over here. Fired smoke. No, he fired on the 9-1, I think. He fired smoke on the 9-1. I think he fired, and then he fired over here. So this is a -2 acquisition. All right, there we go. That's it for the Americans. Okay, advanced fire for the Japanese. These guys over here have fired. We got everybody over here that's pinned. He's fired. These guys are pin. All right, we might as well. No. We might as well fire on this unit from these guys. So it's going to be a 2, 4. These guys are reduced by 1 more, so it's a 3. That's a 2+2 shot. We'll take it, and we won't cower. 2+2. Let's go. That's actually a real chart. Okay, 6. Not bad. Not good enough, but not bad. And this stack over here, we'll try and blast this guy. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 4, 6, 8 +5. 8 +5. We'll take it. We'll take an 8 +5. Everybody there. I don't care. We're not going to take individual shots. 8 +5. Rolls a 7. We need super low. We got a CX. We've got +3 hindrances, and we got range. So lots of modifiers there. But a 3, the way the snake eyes have been coming out this game, and the 12s, you never know what's going to happen. All right, so that's it for advanced fire. All right, route phase. This guy actually gets the route. Interesting. Huh. Okay. Let's go 2, 4, 6. Let's, oh, we could actually go into close combat, can't we? Let's go into close combat here. Move the 10-0 over here. We can move the 4-4-7 here. I don't want to stick all those guys over there. Shit, but I have to. Damn, I don't want all these guys in this hex. But this guy had to roll a 9 or a 10 on his pin task check. And now this guy's eating shit. Okay, this guy can move, and he will move. He has no more smoke or anything like that. Can we get into cover that isn't death terrain from that stupid -1? If we go here, it's slightly safer from that guy. We're gonna move over 1, to be honest with you. Maybe. Yeah, we're gonna move over 1. Acquisition stays there. He goes there. All these guys. Yeah, I can make this guy 8 morale. I can make him 8 morale. He's not going to get shot at, though, so I don't have to worry about that. So, yeah, leader by himself. We don't need to stack with anybody. 10-0 10-0 over here. This guy needs to rally. That would be great to have another unit. And that's about it. And so this pin comes off. This pin comes off. Those get dropped. We have a close combat here. We have an ambush. And let me double check that -1 in the 447, guys. It's been a while since we ambushed in the building. All right. He is a first line unit. It's the stealthiness that it doesn't really use the terminology stealthy in the starter kit, but that's what the ASL version is stealthy. When you look at the ambush chart on your handy dandy QRDC, it's the stealthiness of the Japanese. So that is, oh, I wonder if it shows leaders. Yeah, it does. So that's the stealthiness that we're talking about. Good order, elite first-line Japanese infantry, including cruising leaders, receive an extra -1 ambush die roll modifier. So we have a -1 right in the middle. This could be pivotal. This could be a pivotal roll right here. All right, Japanese here. Let's get a -1. Whoops, shit, rolled out of the box. Again, our $375.42 shipped. 6 and 2, 5 and 2. The Americans ambushed the Japanese. That is not supposed to happen. But now he's going to get his ass kicked. All right, so that's a simple roll. So it's a 3 to 2, -1. So he needs a 7 for casualty reduction, and he's ambushed. And he rolls a 5. He's just straight up eliminated. All right, so be it. And wow, -1 ambush, no go, baby. That was actually, if we could have killed him, that would have been crazy. That may change the entire game right there, just from that one attack. Very interesting. All right, concealment gains, none. Everyone's in line of sight. We need to go to American turn. 4. All right, let's go over here. Spin around. Get their perspective on things. So we have a shitload of Japanese coming on. We got a mortar in the back. Let me just zoom in over here. We've got a lot of stuff going on here. We run away from the ambush because the bonsai charge is going to be 8 movement factors. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8. So they could reach pretty much over here on the bonsai charge. Or they could just bonsai this direction. So it really doesn't matter too much. We need to maintain our buildings. We have all the buildings. We need to keep 5. So there's 4 here. We could actually lose all 4 of these, but we have to keep these. So this guy's over here, and rally phase. Do we have anything to pick up? Nothing to pick up. We have the Japanese can rally this guy here. No DM. The DM drops off due to the commissar. He's in rally terrain, makes it a 7, and because he is a Japanese leader, it will give him a morale boost of 1 to make it an 8. Let's go. And we roll a 5, so he's up and ready. He is a 137, but hey, we saw what happened with the 137 before. The American unit might as well try to pick up that weapon. It's damaged, and he rolls a 5, so that's good. He could find it because it's not in the jungle. And that means that we could just destroy that weapon later in case the Japanese should happen to maintain it. It is turn 4, so half the game is over. So let's try and speed this up a little bit. The Spurs stays there. It was dropped last turn. So prep fire. Let's just we're gonna fire 6. Actually, we're gonna fire 6 plus 2 into this giant stack here in the back. I don't want to fire the other unit because that would be 12 plus 4. And that will just negate essentially the effectiveness of the extra 6 squad. So a 6 plus 2, this acquisition is gone because he moved. 6 plus 2, because of the rain, in the modifiers. So there you go. A 6, he will cower. An 8 of the 4 is nothing, unfortunately. So he's prepped. All right, let's fire on this unit here. This will be, he moved outside the hindrance of the hut. Maybe. No, it'll catch it. It'll catch it pretty easily. So that's going to be an 8 firepower plus 3. That's not horrible. Not the best, but it's not horrible. I roll a 3, and I get ready to fire with the machine gun. So 6 on the 8 is a 1 morale check. All right, so. And you're rolling 11. That's an ELR failure. This guy's a second line unit. And a half squad. We're just going to clone this guy. And just get rid of him. Because he fails. He will fail, which will step reduce him. And he will ELR fail from a 1 to a 2. So he loses lots of firepower. And he's not broken. He just failed and ELR failed. He still step reduces. So these guys have fired over here. All right. Who else going to fire? Mortar. Who can you see? Nobody on the right-hand side. Might as well try to take that mortar out. Looks like a plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it will hit here. It's almost guaranteed to hit this spot and this spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's go ahead and string it. Actually, we'll just roll it. If we need to, if it's plus 1 off, we'll worry about it. So that is going to be a space 7 plus 2 minimum hindrance. If we roll an 8, it's going to be a miss anyway. Our acquisition, we'll go over there. We'll flip. We'll go with him. All right. So he prep fired. All right, 10 minus 2 will fire on these units over here. That's 8 firepower, plus 1, plus 2 for the hut, plus 3 for the terrain, plus 4 for the rain, minus 2. 8 up 2. Rolls an 8. It's a miss. That's a miss. That's not even a pin task check. He's in the smoke. 12 firepower. Can we get that leader? That's the kicker. 12 plus 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think we'll go with 12 plus 4 on the leader. Let's go 12 plus 4. Or should we go adjacent? Or go adjacent. Let's think on that. All right, continuing to prep fire. Who should we prep fire? I think this guy might need to get out of dodge. I'm not sure we can withstand so much firepower. Same thing with this guy in the dispersed smoke. We've got 1, 3, 7, 9 possibly. 12 firepower. We could probably stick around there. 12 here is going to reduce. The 9 minus 1 can attack. Actually, let's have the 9 minus 1 attack. I think he'll go ahead and just point blank fire this guy. We'll just go 12 plus 1 due to the rain. Man, the rain is actually pretty impactful. Because even adjacent, and even with a minus 1 leader, you're still getting a plus 1 modifier. So it really negates a lot of what you have going on here. So 12 plus 1, I roll a 6, makes it a 7, which is a 1 morale check on the 12th chart. 4, 4, 7, rolls an 8, will fail. Simply step reduce, not a problem. He is prep fired. Let's fire another 8. Excuse me. Let's fire an 8. Muzzle fire here is 8 plus 2 with the rain. Otherwise, it'd be 8 plus 3 against the guy in the trees. Cowers with a 6 dice roll. 6, 7, 8 is a pin task trick. Roll a pin. It's not going to make a difference. 7, he's okay. And those guys have prepped. And this guy here, I'm going to move him back. I'm going to do nothing but assault move back here. Don't really want to take that firepower. You got mortars, you got machine, all that shit over there is ready to fire. And you've got a 6, 7, 8, 12, and a mortar. I'm not going to have to deal with that. So we're just going to back up. I think we're good. So, all right, let's go with defensive fire. Wow, that's a lot of firepower. And you see with I don't know if you've noticed these already, but I changed the shape of them on the fly. I changed the shape of those items. Took me about a minute and a half. And now they're much more out of the way, much like I have on my Vassal mod. My control markers are that size, very innocuous. If it's not in the right spot, you unlock it, you pick it up, you put it over there in the open ground where it's not going to do anything, and lock it back down, and you can't select it. So it's not in the way. It's perfect. So that's all there is to it. Defensive fire for the Japanese. Well, we got our mortar. Since he moved over here, he can fire. We're just that's going to be a +1, +2, +3. We'll fire against the 9-1 leader. It'll reduce it, but it'll make it by +2. I think we're going to fire over here at a +2. 4. Excellent. No rate of fire, but we did get the shots. It's a 2 -1. Let's see what happens. A 6 and a 3 is not going to do much, but we did get a hit, so that's exciting. It's better than nothing. He does not have any inherent firepower, not like his 4 firepower is doing anything anyway, but we did get a mortar shot. Now he's acquired. Now we need like a 5 or something, or a 6 next time. So that's exciting to see. We have other defensive fire shots. We have a whole, well, essentially we just have the reinforcements coming on. Let's fire on this unit over here. For the machine gun, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Makes it a 6. Makes it an 8 with everything here except for these 2 units. So we're just going to fire these 2 guys here. 8 firepower +2. Not bad. It's actually respectable. Rate of fire machine guns, and we roll a 10. Ooh, almost malfunction. Damn, we needed a good roll on that one. Mortar. The mortar will fire there as well. And again, here's we just clone this. Oh, actually, that's the American one. My bad. Where's the Japanese one? Did I throw it off to the side? Oh, yeah, here it is. So clone this. Put it over there. And make this like a 4, 2. Control. Oh, I don't want to make it big. Sorry, my bad. I have that shortcutted. So that is a 1. There you go, 4. Now it's a B, as you can see. Now it's a B. There's A and B. You could have more. I guess it'd be easy to create the more. But I need to change the space to gold. And that way you know it's all on my side. So that's cool. Not that difficult to understand. You know, I'm not going to be firing on myself, so it's not that big a deal. So we do have a mortar, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shots, +1 only. So we need a 6 to hit. Rate of fire 2. We roll a 9. God, that's not very good. So hope maybe next time we'll drop some smoke on that guy. We'll see what happens. All right, so this whole section's done. Let's see what we could do over here. 6 and 4 is 10. This would be 12 plus 1, 2, 3, 4. 12 plus 4, 8 plus 3. Same thing. Let's go 8 plus 3 against the 9-1 for these 2 guys here. Oops. Bounce right off onto my keyboard. 8 plus 3. And roll a 5. That's an 8. That's a morale check on the 9 minus 1. Let's go 9 minus 1. Oops, shit. Almost went into my soda. Leader rolls a 6, passes easily, and a normal morale check on the other unit with a leadership modifier will make it an 8. He rolls a 7. Very close. All right, good shot, though. That's a good shot. These guys over here have yet to fire. We've got 12, 13, 14. So we can just make a 12 shot. Or we'll do, actually, we're going to do a 2. We're going to do a 6 plus 1. 6 plus 3. Plus 1 hindrance. Plus 1 counter exhaustion. Plus 1 rain. 6 plus 3 against that stack. Well, an 8, no effect. 8 plus 3, same thing. Because essentially the CXs are back here. 8 plus 3 behind them. That's respectable. Roll 9, no effects. Man, that could have been a disastrous round for the Americans if the Japanese actually rolled anything. That's all good. So, is it for defense fire? Advanced fire for the Americans. We have 1 shot. We have this unit here. He's going to fire on the 347 here. That will be a 4 plus 2. 5, nice shot. 7's a pin task check. Better than nothing. Better than nothing. Nothing happened. Oh, a 12. Well, I guess he's pinned. He's a second line. No, he's a first line. That's a first line unit anyway. So, not like that we're going to jump into close combat. But, again, like we mentioned in the other video, if you get your Japanese to pin, that's when you could jump the first lines in the jungle. Because you're gonna avoid the hand-to-hand combat. Is what you're gonna avoid. So that's the good thing. Very important key. So that's the only American that hadn't prep fired. These guys have prep fired. That's advanced fire. We'll take these off. See how quick and dirty that is. Quick and dirty. And advanced fire. None. No other advanced fire. Route phase. Nobody's broken. Advanced phase for the American. Let's see what we can do. All right, since he's probably going to bonsai charge, we're going to back up. We may move into 2 hexes. Sorry, buddy. This will be gone in their prep fire phase. Moving the machine gun might help. Yeah, the +1 for the rain is actually pretty good. You can just move out in the open. We're going to move him up here, and we're going to move him here. This is sort of giant fucking fire group. 347. I like that 8 shot. We can move up. We can move here. I'm going to move this guy over here. And I'm going to move the 10 minus 2 and 347 right here. Yeah, that's going to probably seal the fate of these guys. The mortar can move as well. If I move here, that'll probably cause that'll cause a hindrance. So it doesn't really matter if we move up there, then we'll go up here anyway. Yeah, that'll reduce a hindrance. Let's see what happens. The acquisition will come off. I'll just put on the side over here. All right, and so that's about it. Man, Let's go with the Japanese. No concealment gains. I think everyone's out in LOS. Let's go Japanese turn 4. Let's see. It's not making it easy for... because that -2 liters going to be shredding these guys. Who can we focus on then? Who can we focus on? This is going to be gone. Rally phase, nothing for the Japanese. This pin is off. Rally phase for the American, no rally. Nobody's broken. So we'll go to the prep fire phase. This dispersed smoke or white phosphorus is gone. So now it's just a matter of, so I'll put it down here next to this mortar here. So we need to figure out what we're going to do with the smoke. The mortar's in the wrong spot. Excuse me. Huh. That might not be too bad. We could try to drop a smoke on this location or this location. Probably this location wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, that location would be better. So we're going to try it full smoke from the mortar onto AA4. Maybe we're just going to get shredded. Can we just break some of these units? I think we need to try and break some units first. 4, 8, 10. 8 plus 2. Let's see, we've got 6, 7, 11, and this guy would be 12. Actually, this guy would be 12. 12 plus 3 on that unit. He's just going to rally. Huh. Ooh, he's going to route back here and then rally. These shots are going to be 4, 8, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4. 12 plus 4. Or we could just human wave it directly off the bat. Let's see. There's a lot of units. We gotta have enough units for a double human wave, but that would be suicide on the left, on this side over here. Wow, advancing those guys up is pretty brutal. If I break him, that would be free. This guy could possibly be broken as well. So we could try that. Try the mortar lucky shot. That's going to be a 6 to hit anyway. So, but if we drop smoke, we got to drop smoke first. All right. All right, I think we're going to try and drop smoke. Eat 3, 4. Yeah, we're going to drop smoke going on AA4. Fire the mortar, fire smoke there. So it's 7 is smoke depletion number. If I recall. 7 is smoke depletion, range of 3 to 10. He is a range of 3. And, yeah. And then we have white phosphorus if we run out of smoke. Huh, got it. All right. We need, well, base 7, so we got probably +2, so we need 5, I think. And we roll a 9, no smoke. Let's go for white phosphorus. And that is a 6. We still need a 5. And 8, no white phosphorus either. This guy has nothing, so we'll just rotate our mortars back. That might seal it for the Japanese, because there's a lot of Americans left. So we might as well just fire. Same location. Just at the hit shot. Need 5. 9, no effect. He's kind of worthless. The other mortar will fire on this 667 there. because he's in the open. It's fire 7 to hit or 6 to hit. He rolls a 5. There we go. No rate of fire. All right, 2 even. Let's go. And 8, no effect. All right, so he's done. Let's go with the 6. That's going to be bad. Let's go 3, 7, 9, 10, 12. So if we go 3, 9, 12, we won't fire the 137. We're going to prep fire on this unit here. That'll be a 12 plus 1 hindrance plus 1 rain plus 1 TM. 12 plus 3. Come on, let's go. 9. God, these rolls are just jack shit. All right, it's god awful. These guys over here, I don't know what you're going to have to do. These guys just get shredded. I really don't want to get shredded. So if we assault move here, that's going to be 6, 12 plus 1, 12 plus 2. Let's try it. Let's just assault move these guys up and fire. Otherwise, because our fire back is just going to be 8 plus 2, 3. 8 plus 3. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Same basic result, I guess. We can always just jump them into close combat. Huh. We could always just jump them into close combat. All right, I guess that's it for prep fire. I guess it's it for prep fire. Let's go to movement phase. I think we're just going to conduct the bonsai charge now. I don't want to give the Americans any more time to reposition, because he's just going to put the pressure on, because this guy has, there's no force over here. The Americans are just going to come over here. I think we need to try and make a break for these right now. If we could take these 3, you know, he still has 5, and then maybe this one could do like an end around back here. Let's try it. Let's try it while these guys are, before he gets like 16 firepower. So remove the hexes over here. Unfortunately, we didn't break anybody. You know, we could do a 1-man bonsai charge, but that'd be pointless. And yeah, we can move this unit over here. We'll do that. All right, we'll move this 137 over here. We'll go 2. It probably won't fire because they want to get the whole group there. And then they'll go 3. Same thing as well. You don't really care about a 137. You want to get all of them at one shot. Lieutenant Oka is going to he's going to assault move here. Get a line of sight. I don't want to take a shot here. 6 plus 1. Do some stupid morale check. Fail the morale check and just die as a Japanese leader. Actually, probably 12 plus 1 or 2. I'm just going to chill for right now. These guys are going to bonsai. I'm not sure if I need to bonsai them all. It's really going to deplete my guys. Oh, 3, 4, 7. Not really worried about that. It's going to be plus 1. I'm going to have 8 morale. It'll be 6 even. The hindrances are going to be reduced to residual firepower. I can't even get to him. Interesting. So we can make a limited charge with these 3 units here and come up with these guys here. Or just assault move in advance phase. It's the same thing basically overall, whether you get the extra morale, but if I jump into close combat, 2-1, kill him. It's just a lot of firepower. Two, 3, 4, 5, advance. That's not going to make a difference. I need to get over there in one shot. This guy will break. Don't want him to break. Step reduction is what we need. Problem is you just get around him. Damn. I'm not sure if the wave can do anything now. I needed a couple broken units on the American side over here to put some stress on them. And that's just not going to happen. Can we do an assault move advance phase? That'll be 12 plus 2. Engage in close combat. 6 up 1. Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure what's going to go on over here. You know what? It's turn 3. I think they're just going to get stronger if they just sit there. I've got to attack. We're just going to bonsai. We're not going to bonsai the 2-3-7, but we will bonsai the 4-4-7s. And I think we're going to bonsai kind of weirdly. Okay, I'm going to make sure I can abuse the bonsai rules by themselves. This guy here is going to not move yet. And this guy's going to come along here. So we got all these units that are going to bonsai. Let's find a bonsai counter. All right, we're going to bonsai these guys here. When you bonsai, you lose concealment. Jin better do some good work. All these guys, bonsai counters, which I just created in about 5 minutes. And we're going to target the 6-6-7 in the back. The reason why we're targeting the 6-6-7 in the back is because we can reach him and run through him and possibly even get beyond him. I'm not sure that I'll have the numbers to do that, but if you had more numbers, you could possibly do that. The 4-4-7 here, 2, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you know what? We're going to bonsai this guy too. 2, 2, 3. 2, 3, 3. Yeah, we might be able to do that. We're going to bonsai this guy too. Or 6 firepower in the back. Yeah, I think we could do that. We won't have anybody left in the middle though. Yeah, we're going to bonsai this guy too. Select that, clone it, put it there. You're over here. Let's bonsai all 4 of these guys. These guys not going to move. He could get around though. 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3. Okay, let's try it. So we're going to target the 6-6-7 in the back, and we have to move towards him. ASL is a little different than, well, it's a lot different than starter kit. Starter kit, pretty much you funnel in a line. So since we target the guy in the back, pretty much it's like this guy has to go straight at him. So if we go straight at him, then it would be, okay, why aren't you drawing? There you go. I'm not sure why it's drawing a box. I'm not selecting a box. Oh, I know why. All right, so the funneling of the attack will be something like this. This unit will have to go, it's sort of like in a straight line. So you could be in these 3 hexes here. These units over here can't move sideways to go to the target. These guys pretty much just have to go in a straight line. And these guys also have to either go here and then go straight, or go there and then either there or there and then go into that location. In ASL, you essentially choose a hex row. And like for instance, these units here, all these guys, all of them, let's say this was our direction of attack. All of these guys can go directly forward. And they could also drift over 1 hex and then go forward, as long as they don't drift anymore from the primary line. These guys can stay the same. He can actually go over 1 hex and then drift forward. So as you see, ASL, theoretically, as long as I'm getting that proper, and I think I am, pretty much goes in a giant wave and starter kit funnels. So that's why I try to spread them up as much as possible, and it's still going to funnel the attack. I'm just too far away. 3 hexes, I'm too far away. So that's going to be the attack there. These units will just go straight forward. That's going to be our attack line. And because he's going to be the target. And let's see what happens. So let's keep that on the line. First impulse, we have to move everyone forward. This guy's going to go over here. This guy's going to go here. This guy's going to go here. And you know what? We're not going to activate this guy, because I don't want to send everybody into this location. And I don't want to expend the extra movement points. So there's the first impulse. So now the American has to attack. Right now, defensive fire. So we've got this guy up here with 8. We're going to go 8 firepower, fire on this guy over here. Or actually, it's 12. And he's also going to destroy the machine gun as part of his actions. 12 firepower. +1, -1 for non-assault movement, +1 for rain, -1. So everything cancels. So this is going to be a 12 even shot on that unit. That's going to release from residual. That's a 3. That's fuck. He's fucked. That's a K3. Well, this is going to end the game pretty quick, to be honest with you. K2. No, K3. A 3 is a K3. So that's only a 3 morale check. He does have 8 morale, though. So 5, a 9. He's going to eat shit. And that's it for that guy. And 6 residual minus this here will be 4 residual. Should be able to 4. No, 3. My bad. Here. And that's automated. God, just keys, 4 residual there. So he's first fired. Who else is going to fire? This guy might as well fire on this unit here. That's going to be a 6 even, +1 rain, -1 non-assault movement. 6 even. Rolls a 6. 6 to the 6 is a 1 check. 8 morale. Rolls a 4, so he's fine. Residual is 2. And that's it so far. And so the second impulse is going to be here. And this guy's going to go here. That's going to be another 2. We kind of screwed everything up already. I'm going to get rid of that arrow. So that's going to be, he's first fired as well. And that guy's first fired. So now this first and foremost, this 347, actually he's, it's an impulse, so everyone can fire. He doesn't have to fire first. Those guys aren't going to be broken anyway. So he's going to fire. Tripled and is a 9. +1 rain, -1 non-assault movement, so that's an 8 even. He rolls a 4 and cowers. So he's finaled. 8 even, 4 drops down to a 6, 2 morale check, same thing. Oops, ding. And he rolls a 9. Good lord, you guys can't pass it. So he just flips. Okay, so he's in a hex. He's done. Nothing there. There's no lax. And no one else is going. He's already moved. No one else is going to move. So we might as well blast him with the 10 - 2. This guy's first fired here. That's going to be an 8. +1 hindrance, +1 rain, -2 here. It's an 8 even. American rolls a 7, 1 check. Japanese still failing morale checks. You know, it doesn't really help when you keep rolling 9s all effing game. This unit's not going to fire because this unit's going to, that's it for that impulse. This unit moves here. This unit, since that guy is already, has the guy in the hex, this unit doesn't have to enter the hex and he can go to an adjacent location. So we're going to move over here. Unfortunately, that's going to generate 2 more firepower, but I really don't care. That's 2, 4, 2. Yeah, 2, 4. Out of our movement so far, he's going to fire 12. That's going to be -1 in the open. Ice tower's going everywhere. 12 -1 rolls a 7, makes it a 6, is a 2 morale check. Let's see if this loser can pass. He passes a 2 morale check. We can fire again because the leader moved into here and expended 2 movement factors. So if we fire again, it'll be final protective fire. So we're not going to fire again. And these guys have fired over here as well. So they can't fire in any other units. This guy takes a 4 even residual firepower attack. 7 on the 4 is a pin task check, immune to pin. And then we enter this guy's hex. So he has to subsequent first fire. He will fire 18 halved. It's 8. Non-assault movement. +1 rain. +1 hut. 8 +1. Oops. These fucking small dice towers are crazy. 8 +1. How about a snake eyes? That's going to cower him. 6 +1. God, these friggin' rolls. These are crazy. That's only a K2. This game is going to be over before the end of this movement phase. 2 morale check. 7. He fails. Yeah, this game is over. I won't even have an attack. And then this guy can move here on that same movement. Or he can stop, or he can end his movement. And at that point, he will end his movement because he's not adjacent to this guy. So he can go over here. Actually, he can't even take a corner. He has to go into here. And there's 4 residual firepower in that location, to be honest. Because this guy's the destination and not this guy. So he takes a 4 minus 4 even. No, the residual firepower is no effect. And I roll a 3. So that's a 2 morale check on the leader with 9 morale. And he fails the morale check by 1, rolling an 8. Let's see if he dies. He doesn't die. Yeah, this is a complete and utter fiasco. These aren't even big time shots. This is 4. Oh, fucking nobody's even in there. There's no way in hell the Japanese can win this now. There's just no way. They have no firepower. They've got nothing left. The Americans just kind of just blast them. I mean, even if these guys get around, there's 5. There's 5 right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, yeah, this bot. I mean, these guys shouldn't be broken. There's too many step reductions I took. That's just crazy. They couldn't even pass a morale check with their 8 morale. Just 7s. Don't roll 9s. Can't do anything about that. I just think the game, to be honest with you, I think the game's just over. Because now they'll start breaking. This guy's broken. He's broken. He'll have to route. He can't self-rally. The leader's wounded. That pretty much just ended it. These guys were going to double time. 2, 3, 4, 5. And then he's going to go 2, 4, 5. And maybe, and then at this point 6, because this guy can't fire because he's got triple point blank fire issues. And then you can actually, technically I still could do it. That's gonna be a 24 plus 1 adjacent in the prep fire phase. Wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I'm not sure. This is just too much. Let's just go with it. We'll continue. One more. We'll just finish the turn. He'll go 2, 3, 4, 5, double timing. We're kind of trying to steal some. And this guy does what? 2, 4, 5, 6. This guy can't fire. Mortar can fire. That'll be, let's call +2, +3 to hit. Need 4. Rolls a 6. No rate of fire. He's done. First fire. He's first fired on that. Sorry about the movement. I'm trying to. And he can't fire again. This guy's final fired. He's final fired. He first fired. Technically, they could have shot him again. He can't shoot anybody else because he's got 2 hexes away. But everyone else just failed the morale checks. I mean, no one passed a morale check. That's ridiculous. So that's it for movement. And defensive fire phase for the Americans. Fuck, you might as well just shred them down. Let's go. Let's blast this son of a bitch here. Let's just go 12 plus 2 on the mortar boy right here. 6, 8, 12 chart, 1 check. 7, he breaks. He can still rally, so it's not a big deal, but he won't have the mortar with him. So you will have to drop the mortar. This guy can fire. He might as well fire him up. 6 plus 2, same location, just to kill him. 7, 8, 9 on the 6 chart, no effect. And that's it. Advanced fire. God, can't even kill this guy if we break him. All right, we'll fire this guy 4 plus 2. Get that location there. 10. That's consistent at least. We've got this 2, 3, 7 triple and half. That's a 2 plus 1 due to the rain. Rolls a 7, no effect. No other fire route phase. 2-4. This guy has to leave. We're just going to take interdiction. We're going to go 1, 2, 3. Take the interdiction shot. Roll 6. He's fine. And then advance phase. He could advance into close combat here. These guys, these preps are gone. Wow, nobody passed a morale check. I can't do anything about this dude here. We're going to advance him over here. Got no more smoke, no nothing. And we're gonna advance everybody over in that area. And these guys are just gonna get massacred. There's nothing I can do. If I take this, it doesn't really matter. We'll take the 137 there. To at least flip that. Unlock. This guy here. Let's move him up in case we kill somebody in close combat. Don't need this anymore. Wow, that's the only thing we'd hope for. If we kill these guys, there'll be 5 left, and we'll see. This is going over here. Oh, this guy's broken. He has to route. 2's the closest. He can ignore this. This would be 3. Can't ignore that one. So we'll just go right here. Actually, we'll go back 2. And the bonsai have to stay there. These are removed. They will be the attack in close combat. So that'll be a hand-to-hand. This will be a hand-to-hand. That's an ambush, though, over here. And this will be a hand-to-hand. So let's go here first for the ambush. -1 for the Japanese player because he's first line. Japanese rules, oh, the Americans caught, of course. Japanese rolls a 1, American rolls a 4. That is an ambush here. So that's good there. This is just a hand-to-hand melee. You don't have to add the leadership modifier, so this will be a 3 firepower to a 3 firepower. 1-to-1 for the Japanese. And this is a first line unit, so that's a -1 because he's not pinned. 1-to-1, -1, hand-to-hand, need an 8. And he rolls a 9. How exciting. The 347 fires back, hand-to-hand, needs a 7 for a casual reduction. Rolls a 9. Good lord. Alright, so that's garbage. We needed a kill there. Here we can get a kill. We ambushed. We're at 1-to-2. Ambush -1. Japanese -1. We need 8 for casual reduction. And we roll a 9. Yeah, this game is over. At this point, just blast them. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh. No. Enough. If a guy's break, I mean, I absolutely rolled nothing but 9s for the Japanese that turn. Absolutely nothing but 8s and 9s. Shh, can't fire. We can engage. We don't want to engage hand-to-hand close combat. We have to wait until it just finishes it off. Here we could fire because we could break them. Here we could fire. It's not going to do any good. So we may fire here, we may fire here, and we'll see what happens. But that's about it. So that's advanced phase, close combat phase. American turn 5. Good lord. Okay, 1 task check for the American leader. 6, no problem. He's still up and going. Now, if he failed his task check then, I think that would have been pretty brutal. But I don't think it'll matter still. All right, prep fire. No rallies for the Japanese. Actually, one over here with the Japanese leader. He needs an 8 to rally. He rolls a 6, so he's up and going. All these guys are on 1 hex. Interesting. All right, this guy's a nobody. Let's fire the 8 firepower here, 10 minus 2 leader. We're going to fire on this stack. I don't really care about this. So it'll be 8 plus 1 plus 2 plus 3 for the rain. Minus 2 is an 8 plus 1 shot. And 8, 9 on the 8 plus 1 shot. Leader's immune to pin. We've got 8, 8, 9, 8. How about that? 8. Clear. 8. 8. Rolls a 12. 9. Rolls a 9. And 8. Rolls a 6. So the one with all the firepower, of course, gets pinned. Jesus, what a cluster. So he fires there. These units will fire 12. Same location. 12 plus 2. Get in the bucket. 9, no effect. I think this guy will move. Just kind of move in the middle, to be honest. We don't really want to get out of whack. Mortar will fire on this 347 here. 4 hindrances. That's a 3 to hit. We'll just fire on this unit over here. Actually, better still, we'll fire on this unit. 2 hindrances. Needs a 5. 9, no rate. Another prep fire. Let's keep rolling around this way. He's a melee. These guys are here. We're going to fire 12 firepower into 12 even into that melee. These two guys. Into the melee. 12 even. Rolls an 8, which is a 1 morale check. Let's go with his own personal unit. He rolls an 8. He will fail. Here, needs to roll a 6. 9, fail. Leader, 6. 7, fail. And I think he just dies. I think a wounded Japanese leader that failed morale check, I think, just die. Apparently the rules just state wound die roll. Yeah, you're still wounded. You have to take a wound die. That's what the rules say. And roll 3, he's fine. So he might be able to kill him. The other 667 will fire point blank on the 347, so we'll just move this over. 12 plus 2. 6, 7, 8 on the 12 is a 1 morale check. Japanese rolls a 5. He's fine. The medium machine gun is yet to fire, and this unit has fired. No, I don't think that guy's fired. I put a prep on him. I think he fired. No, they fired last time because they retreated. He hasn't fired. I think we're just going to move him up. Medium machine gun, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. He'll fire nowhere. He'll fire here. That's going to be a 2. Actually, he's going to fire into the 2 plus 3 or 2 plus 2. Let's go 2 plus 2 here. 6, 8. No effect. Those are all preps. There we go. No effect. And this guy's just going to be eliminated. All right. That's all prep fire. Defensive fire. Let's go 8 up 1 right here. 8 up 2. This location here. We need safety. We need something. An 11 is just not going to cut it. Let's fire a mortar in that location there. Same location. Where's my acquisition? We're going to fire a mortar in this location here. Needs a 5 to hit. Rolls an 11. Does not break it. So we'll fire 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 8 firepower total. Same location, 8 plus 3. 5, 6, 7, 8 is a morale check. Leader. Rolls a 4. These other guys need 9. 6, 6, 7. 7. 9. He's pinned. Well, we got a result. And that's it for the Japanese player. Advanced fire, not going to fire here. No advanced fire, to be honest with you. Route phase, can't do anything here. Advanced phase. Since we're going to have to advance into here. Otherwise, this guy's just going to die. We won't bother advancing into there. We don't want to get ambushed. Same thing here. We had lost at a 1 to 6. We don't need to get ambushed. But we will advance here. And this guy is eliminated. Prep fire gone. And he will advance up. Back to where just advance here. And wow. And then advance phase, we're just going to go 8-0, move here. Actually, we're just going to move here. So we can't go anywhere. And then that's it over here. This guy's pointless because even if he does recapture these, this is 2. We need 3 more. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We would need 3 more. You know, we could capture these, but it's not going to do any good. We lost all of our troops here. Maybe I could have fired a couple more turns. Don't know. I'm not sure if it would have made a difference. So I'll do close combat. We got Americans here. We'll go, what firepower is this? 2. 2 to 1. Hand to hand is a 9. We're just going to kill this unit here. We're going to go 6-2. Actually, it's a -2 because they're broken. So we'll fire against them all. We'll go 2 to 1 minus them all. It's a -2 versus this guy. And then we're going to go for the, wow, 1 to 6. We're going to go to the 1 to the 6. This leader's going to attack the squad. So 2 to 1. 3. They're all vaporized. Let's see if this guy can attack these guys. Actually, might as well go 1 to 8, -2, because this guy's a -2 anyway, and it's only 1 worse. So we need snake eyes are 3, and we roll 7. So yeah, both those guys are eliminated. And the hands over there. This one here, 3 to 2. Needs an 8 for casualty reduction. Wish I could get in the bucket. He rolls an 8 for CR. Japanese unit attacks back. 1 to 2, -1. Rolls a 3, eliminates him. So we have that. He is gone. He is CR'd. To a 2-3-7. So now he's vulnerable. He's just going to get vaporized to break. This unit is DM'd. Concealment gains, none. Japanese turn 5. Mortar shot on the big boy. If we get a crit here, pin's gone. And they already did advances. We can do the mortar shot from here. Prep fire. And we don't have any smoke. We had one white phosphorus thing. Mortar shot is a 5. Is a hit. No rate though. 2 minus 1. Rolls an 8. No effect on the 2 chart. Damn, not even a pin. Alright. So this pin's gone as well. Let's go 8. We're going to go 10. We're going to go squad, light machine gun, medium machine gun on this unit here. That is going to be a 10 plus 2. Okay, that's our only chance. Okay, he's going to double time. Stupid as this may seem. 1. Alright, let's take a 12 firepower. Even shot on this guy. I'm trying to get this guy, dumb as it may seem, to this location. It will eliminate this unit. That's the only way we're killing Americans is failure to route breaks and deaths and shit like that. That's the only way. So he's going to have to take a couple shots. And this guy might fire as well. He will most likely fire once he gets here. But that's all we can do at this point. It's kind of desperation. So 12 minus 1. How about a snake eyes right off the bat? So that kind of ends that trip. So he's gone. He does cower though. Like he cares. Everyone else has moved except for the 3-4. Yeah, these guys have fired. He hasn't moved yet. Counter exhaust be gone. He'll just assault move here. There's a 4 plus 3 shots. Going to be just assault move here. He'll take a shot. 8 firepower. Rolls an 8. No effect. Plus like 2. That's it for that. Defensive fire. This guy is active here. Let's blast the 237. This guy's going to fire adjacent. 12 plus 2. 7, 8, 9's a morale check. 10 fails. That's be ELR. That'd be death. This will be 12 plus 1 against the 347. Yeah, they're just not rolling anything bad. 6, 7. 1 morale check on that unit. Rolls a 4. Passes. 10 minus 2 will shred him as well. Oh no, 10 minus 2 will shred the guys away. Across the way. 8. 8 plus 1. 7, 8. So 1 morale check. 10, 0. 3. Need a 9 for the crew. 4, 4, 4, 7. 3, 4, 4, 7. Or the other guy's an 8. This guy's fine. He pins though. Alright. 8 right there all day. Alright, this guy's no one else to fire at. That's about it. Mortar. Plus 1, 2, 3. The mortar will fire on the big stack. Looks like about 2 hindrances plus the rain. Needs a 4 to hit or 3 to hit. Rolls 6, but it has a rate of fire. Needs a 5 to hit. 8 miss, rate of fire. And then needs a 6 to hit now, I think. 7 miss. Darn it. Oh, that's pretty close. Not bad. Not bad. Then we got a -2 acquisition on that guy. Okay. Alright. He can subsequent burst fire or final fire, so he will do that. That'll be a 4 plus 2 shot. He rolls a 4. Wow. Morale check on that unit. And he can't pass a morale check. And that'll do it. That'll do it. Let's see the Americans do nothing. They're in 6. Actually, we actually have some routes. Let's do a route here. You never know. This guy's broken. He has to route. We'll just low crawl here because he can't see anybody in line of sight. He's DM'd. Okay. He's DM'd. Guy has to route. Nearest cover can be this one here. Oh, the Japanese route first. So, yeah, he can't route here. He can't route there. He can go here. 2, 4, 6. 2, 4, 6. Otherwise, he'd be dead. As soon as he hits here, he sees this guy, but it's not a big deal. Unless he has line of sight to that location. Nah, there's no way. This tree's in the way. 2, he sees him, can't go there. 4, 6. Japanese player's turn, okay. He could route. He might as well route on top of the leader. Funafara's gone. And that's it. Advanced phase. He's pinned. Let's go with the medium. There's just no firepower. No, we'll stick with the stack. Pin's gone. No ambush, and we'll get hand-to-hand combat. So no ambush there, but we do get hand-to-hand combat. So it's a 1 to 2, 1 to 3 though. 5 minus 1 because I'm still first line. All right, we can do that. 5 will kill them. And we roll a 3. These guys are gone. Those guys get a 2 to 1, minus 1. Coming back at him. Hand-to-hand combat. Rolls an 11 and misses. What the shit? Let me check that. 2 to 1. 9 minus 1. He's 10. 11 misses. Holy shit. Oh, this guy had to route. He's got to go this way. And he'll just low crawl that direction. My bad. Oh, man. What the fuck is going on? What the hell's going on here? Where do the Americans go? Holy shit. All right, well, I guess we'll keep playing, even with the stupid-ass bad die rolls. Japanese aren't going to gain concealment anywhere. American turn 6. All right. We got to shore up 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can we keep them all? Can we regain 2? We can regain 2. And just put bodies in the other ones, to be honest with you. All these guys are out of commission. He might self-rally. Okay. Well, first of all, American turn. If this guy gets a pin, it's going to be bad news. So let's try his 1 task check. Needs a 9. He rolls a fucking 10. Are you kidding me? Holy shit. He can still rally that unit, though. But he doesn't get a leadership modifier, so that's a 4. It's a 5 to rally that unit. Oh, my God. An 8. He doesn't rally the unit? Are you shitting me? And he stays DM. Wow. This guy needs to be smaller. He's just too damn big. Same thing with this guy. Sorry I'm dicking with these counters. I've been playing with this too much, so I haven't found the perfect spot. I'm just put this guy over here. He's pinned and he's DM'd. That's stupid. I can't even add them. Now they could break for a morale check. This guy probably then has to be shredded so we don't lose any more of these right here. This guy can come up and shred. He can come up. Keep these guys DM'd and fire on him, so that's not a problem. So these guys will be out of commission. Prep fire, but do we have any prep fire? Oh, we got a recovery here. Japanese recovery rolls a 2, does find the mortar. This guy loses DM status. He can self-rally. That could be our self-rally guy. That guy right there. That's our only one. He needs a 3. Oh, shit. He rolled a 4. What kind of a disaster is occurring here? All right, let's go with oh, wait, this guy's not a problem. We're going to blast him. We could white phosphorus him while we move. You know, why not? Let's try to white phosphor him while we move. We could move him. We could just advance in that location, so it doesn't matter. But if we white phosphorus, we can get a morale check on him, and we could shoot at him. We're going to do that. These guys here, man, it's only 8 firepower. 1, 2, 3. We're going to fire against the mortar. Nope, we're going to avoid the mortar. Okay, we're going to skulk. This guy's going to assault move here. This guy might as well fire. You know what? These guys will fire 8 plus 2. Right here, it'll clip right here. It'll miss this quite easily. That's going to be an 8 plus 2 shot. Against the commissar guy. A 4 cowers. But that is a 6 on the 6, which is the same result. So 1 morale check on that stack. 10-0. Rolls a 10. Wound die roll. 1, no problem. Now with a +1, affects these guys. So these are straight up normal guys. So these are 1 morale check. So 7. Needs to roll 6. Rolls a 6, is pinned. 2, 2, 8. 7. Rolls a 7, is pinned. 2 pins. Well, that'll help a lot, to be honest. That will help a lot, to be honest. Good shot. That was a good shot. All right, this guy will fire. Will it matter if we fire point blank? He's just going to rally. He's going to fire against the mortar. Take the mortar out. 6 plus 2 on the mortar. Uh, 6, 7, 8 on the 6 is a pin task check. Rolls an 8. He is pinned. He'll have 1 shot. I don't have any pins. All that, no pins. All right, he pins there. Prep. We'll blast this guy. 12 plus 1 adjacent. 6, 7 is a 1 morale check. Japanese unit rolls a 10. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No ELR failure, but he's the half squad. I really wish it wasn't on the broken side, but it's a half squad. And he prepped. These guys haven't prepped. These guys will, he'll go 1. We don't need to break. This guy's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, actually, 1, 2, 3, 4. DM this guy. Yeah, he'll just assault move here. It doesn't really matter. He's breakable now, so it's not a big deal. All right, Japanese defensive fire. Let's go the pinned mortar. I think we have acquisition. We have acquisition here. Let's fire the acquisition. Pin's going to add 2, 3, 4, 3. We need a 4 to hit, and we got 1 shot. 4 to hit. God damn it. This is a terrible dice tower. 4 to hit, 1 shot. 7, no effect. We'll go mortar, same location. we'll fire, yep, that's going to be the same thing. +2 hindrance. Need 5 to hit. He rolls a 7 and misses no rate. And then these units here, they're all pinned. So let's go 2, 3, let's go 4 firepower on +1 on this unit out in the open. 4 +1 a guy out in the open. A 6, 7, the pin task check. Ah, darn it, morale check would have been better. Piece of cake, it rolls a 3. That's not bad. All right, the American advanced fire phase. He's prepped. This guy will advance fire 4 +2 on that unit. Due to the rain. 4, no cower. 6 on the 4 is a normal morale check. As I throw dice around the room. Normal morale check. Japanese unit rolls a snake eyes. Man, all these heated battles. I would have had 15 leaders and berserk units. All these guys have fired. He's fired. He can fire. He doesn't really need to fire. There's no point in firing. Because only one he's going to self-rally anyway. And he's fired. That's it. Mortar's moved. Yeah, the mortar. The mortar fire? I don't think the mortar fired. We'll fire the mortar of these units here. It's +3 to hit. I don't think he fired. 9, miss. Fire again, rate of fire. 5, that's a hit. That's a 4 -1. You know, I think I missed that shot. I think that's too late. It's at the end of the movement phase. That's too late for that bullshit, unfortunately. To be honest with you. I mean, yeah, I missed that shot. I don't even remember if I think I advanced him there and just forgot about him. Maybe he already took a shot. I'm just kind of tired. So, route phase. 2. He can only go 2. He'll just go 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Can't get any closer. He can go here. That's 3. That's fine. And the American, this guy has to route. He has to go here, and the leader's pinned, so he's not getting back up. An advanced phase. We go here. Yeah, no problem. We lost some casualties, but it's not going to make a difference in the end. These pins, the pins hurt over here. We lost a lot of firepower over there, and all these breaks over here were just too much to overcome. Japanese turn does come. There's no concealment game for the Americans. Rally phase. This guy just loses a DM. We got a self-rally. One shot self-rally unit back here. He rolls a 3. Oh. That's a rally. Alright, so we get 1 there. This is American. This is American. Oops. Leave it as such. This pin is gone. Yeah, this is not gonna. I guess we could possibly survive it. I don't think so. All right, we can get these 2 by this guy. It's not gonna be enough though. 2, 3. 4. We need 5. Can we break those guys? If we get lucky with our mortars, we could break those guys. Let's take it from the Japanese perspective here. Here's 1 here. He can go 2, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can just run by him and hopefully, because the Americans do not get to move again. So we can go 2, 3, 4, 5, and advance. If we succeed into getting into AA6, we get AA5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Can we get this one easier than that one? This guy's the only one there. 2, 4, 2, 4, 6, advance. There's 2 back here we have to get. Wait, we got 2, 3, 4, 5, advance. So either way, we get 3. Here we could go, it doesn't really matter, because it's all about the movement phase at that point. So this guy over here, he can get our 2 over here. This guy can go 2, 3, 4, 5, and then advance. He'll get shot at, so we'll move him first. If he breaks around the way over here, then this guy can go that way. So we'll have 3 there. This one, if he can get here, that's not bad. That's a 6 minus 1. That's not a really good shot. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Advance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Advance. That's all covered though. This guy can go 2 and try and drop a smoke. And these guys can human wave right the fuck there. Hold on. All right, and human wave, I think you have to be more, you can't be adjacent. Bonsai does not have that restriction. I think we can bonsai these guys and really screw them up. 1, 2, 3, 2, 3. We could possibly get here. Because we could go there. We could drop the mortar, jump in that way. I don't think we need everybody for the bonsai, though. 1, 2, 3. This guy can go here. He can go 1. If we make him the target, we have to go straight. If we make him the target, we could zigzag. And once we reach here, we can enter these locations. Yeah, we're going to bonsai. We're not going to include the 228, though. We're not even going to... we're going to drop the mortar. And we're going to prep fire. Who can we prep fire? There's no leader overrun. We can move here and come on the back door. Or we can move here and take a 12 shot. Or we can move here and try and jump the back door there. That'll give us 2 chances to take this one. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Fuck, we could do this. All right, so this guy's here. We have no prep fire. It's all movement. So if this guy moves first, this guy's going to move first. He's going to double time. Find the double time marker here, right? He's going to go 2. That's going to change that one. Japanese. Are we going to fire on him? We've got a guy here. Doesn't matter now because he's already obtained that position and he already controls the hex. So we don't need to fire on him there. Plus he's in terrain. So let's see what he's going to do from here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're going to go 3. Now it's just a +1, so we might as well fire on him. But with whom? At least the medium machine gun will fire. That'll be a clear shot. So that will be a 4 -1 for the non-assault movement and range. So that's a 4 -1. The medium machine gun will fire upon him. And the fuckers won't roll in the box. 4 -1, and he rolls a 4 with a rate of fire. So 3, it's a 2 morale check. Big morale check. And he rolls an 8 and he breaks. Okay, but we do have that. We do that for control. So he breaks. We're not going to bother with technically we'll put a DM on him. He does have rate of fire. But we did get control of the location. So the medium machine gun's probably going to be out of it. So he can't come back around this way here. That would be interesting. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. We just need 5. So we need one of these. We can get to some of these here. I don't think we get to 1, 2, 3. Jesus, this will be close. Okay, this guy's going to assault move here. These guys see nobody else. And these guys probably think that these guys are going to bonsai straight. Because you're not going to be able to bonsai that direction. Because they can't get to it anyway. And then, so these guys are going to fire 12. This is assault move. 12 + 1, 2. And then rain is 3. 12 + 3 on that unit there. Jesus. A 9. No effect. They could subsequent versus fire to 6 + 3. Fucking tower. Don't buy small dice towers. 8 + 3, no effect. Those guys are done. What the shit? These guys are done. 6 firepower. He's assault moved. He can't do anything. The leader can't do anything. Who will not move here? The 228 will not participate in the bonsai charge. So we're going to bonsai charge this guy. This guy we're going to bonsai charge. So we'd have to move towards him to jump him in close combat. All right? That's the key. If we bonsai him, I guess it doesn't matter whether we bonsai him or him because we just all move straight forward anyway. So we'll just bonsai him. That doesn't matter here or here. Or here for that matter. Because they can all move forward and this is what they're going to do. And he's going to go here. Actually, he's going to go here. So that'd be 1 movement factor. He would be tied up. This is the bonsai. The massacre. That is the bonsai. So the second bonsai, which I didn't anticipate in this game because everyone was dead. Bonsai, bonsai, bonsai. And bonsai. So we've got, he can't fire. He can only fire triple point blank in his own hex. We'll need some clones of this. So it's going to be an 18 -1. 18 -1, triple point blank. And it bounced out yet fucking again. Does anyone want a small dice tower? I'll sell it to you for $2. 9 -1 on the 16 chart is an 8, which is a 1 morale check. He does have an 8 morale for bonsaiing. And he rolls an 8, which means he breaks. He fails a morale check and breaks. But it does lock him up. So he can't fire outside of his hex. This guy's going to fire 12 -1, same thing directly in front of him. And then 11, no effect there. He only expended 1 movement factor, so he can't do anything else. This unit will fire Same location here, 6 minus 1. Rolls in double 4 and cowers. Holy crap. Lots of residual here. We're not going to worry about it. The 6 residual. Actually, we're going to put it down anyway, just for, just because you have to. There's like 9 residual right here. 18, so that goes up to 8. And again, that's just a click of a button right there. Just 1 through 6. So if you highlight it and you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it just changes. So it's very simple to put your residual on the board. So can't subsequent versus fire. The mortar can shoot. The mortar will shoot at this location here. 1, 2, 3. Fire shot there. He gets a 4 to hit. He will hit. And so that's going to be a 4, no modifiers. And he rolls an 11 for an effect. I think he got ready to fire. But he's using a support weapon. He won't be able to use it again until later. So he does get ready to fire, so we won't mark him. All right, next impulse. 2. And this goes 3. This guy has to final protective fire. Mandatory. 237 needs to be smaller. So this is going to be a 9 divided by 2 is 4.5 plus 2 for the rain, non-assault movement, all that good stuff. 4 plus 2, and it's a morale check. Oop, wrong dice. Sorry, my bad. 4 plus 2, and it's a morale check. And he rolls a 7. No effect, and he's pinned. He could fire again. But this guy's going to come in, so he can't afford to fire again. Otherwise, I would fire again because I don't want to give him a close combat dice roll. I would normally fire again to try to break that unit. But he's going to come in anyway, and if I'm pinned or if I'm broken, I'm just going to be eliminated, and he just gets it for free. I don't want him anything for free. This guy here, no, he hasn't fired yet. So that's going to be 18 halved is 8 plus 2 in that location. 5 is a 5. 7 on the 8 is a 1 morale check. Leader rolls a 9 and he passes. Not subject to pin. And the 447 rolls an 8. And luckily, because he's with the bonsai, he passes a morale check because the leader gives him a morale level bonus and subtracts it the same. Actually, the leadership modifier doesn't apply during a bonsai run anyway, because you're not, I don't think you're considered in good order. But anyway, you pass it even with an 8. Final fire again, he can't break because if he breaks, they get it for free. And that's just to reduce their firepower anyway, so there's no point in breaking. All right, the 228 will counter exhaust. This is stupid. I save the 228 because he has the 8 morale to be able to take a shot out in the open somewhere. He's fired his mortar already, so I think he has to maintain firing the mortar. He can't swap to his normal weapon. So if we get within 3, he can't fire again at all. I think these guys are fucked. Yeah, I think he's fucked. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The only place he could do is fire over here. He'll fire at Y2. That'll be a 7, plus 1 rain, plus 1 hindrance. 5, base 5s all the time. He rolls a 4 with rate. So 4, a 10. He'll fire again when he moves to the next location. 1, 2, 3. This guy hits rate all the time. He rolls an 8, gets rate fire again. Rolls a 5 for result. 5 on the 4 is a 1 morale check. 2, 2, 8. Rolls a 7 and is pinned. Wow. Wow. Are you shitting me? That's why I took the 8 morale. But the pin is the worst thing you can hope for. And so he does have rate of fire, so he might fire over here. He still has rate of fire. So in that case, these guys come off a hip. Actually, this may help this guy. This guy comes off a hip over here and goes 2, 4, 6 and stays right there. And I do not think he has a line of sight there. No, blocked by a mile. So we're not going to go. Actually, it doesn't matter if we go to Z8 or not. If we go 2, 4, 6, 8, doesn't matter. Because if he destroys us, we control these anyway. So we're going to go there anyway, just to see if he can get how many more rates of fire he can get. So, well, he's got no other targets to fire at because nothing's in range. I don't think I want to fire over here. Man, that'd be a tough... He has to fire over here, though, doesn't he? And the bonsai's over because he's in the hex. These guys bonsai's over because they're in the hex. So we might as well fire over this direction. Because that's going to be a -2 on the ambush. I think we have to break this unit. Actually, he's just going to come in anyway. We're going to take this chance. That's the only shot that makes a difference. It's not great, but that's the only shot that makes a difference. So we're going to have +2 hindrances, +3 for the rain. Same old 4 to hit. We roll a double 4, so it misses, no rate of fire, so it's a moot point. All right. Other defensive fire, none. All the Americans have fired except the medium machine gun, and it doesn't matter if he fires over here at all. Wow. And this is gone. Residuals are gone. We didn't get that though. 1, 2, 3, 4. We need one of these. 1, 2, 3. We need 2 of these. 4, 5. So that because the 228 didn't get there, we need both of them. Wow. All right. So be it advanced fire. He'll fire tripled, which is 6, and halved, which is 3. And this guy will add 2 more. So that will be a 4 + 2 on the 347. They roll a 4, no cowering. A 6 is a normal morale check. This is not good. And he rolls a 5, so he's fine. These guys here, same thing. We're not going to lead or direct. He's going to triple. So 6 tripled is 18. Halved is 9 + 2 for the rain. He rolls a 4 + 2, no cower. 1 morale check for the 667. He rolls a 5, and so he's fine. Jesus, that's close. All right, it's just going to be close combat. He's going to advance into this location. Because he had advanced in that location with an enemy unit, you get a ambush die roll. There is no ambush die roll here because there was no advance in that location. This guy will just route over here. 2, 4. I'll just go 2, 4 over there. I'll just stay over there. So there is that. So this is a possible ambush. Good chance to ambush here. This is just a straight up close combat, and that will be a hand-to-hand. This will be a hand-to-hand regardless, unless we're ambushed. So pin +1. We're -1 because we have at least 1 first line, and that's it. So he adds 1, we subtract 1. Let's do it, mano a mano. Fuck. Seriously, anyone want a dice tower? Japanese roll a 1 to a 6. So hand-to-hand 4 to 3 is going to be a 1-to-1 -2. We need a 9 for casualty reduction. And we roll a 7. He is eliminated. And nobody controls it. Down here, no ambush. We don't have to add the leadership modifier, so it's 5 to 6, 1 to 2, -1. So that means we need a 7 for a casualty reduction. So we need a 6 dice roll. And we roll a 7 for a casualty reduction. Oh my god, are you kidding? Wow. Wow. And then 6 to 5 on these guys, it's a 1 to 1. No minuses. And he rolls a 7. He gets a casualty reduction. Who gets it? Leader's yellow. Squad gets it. Squad just goes 2, 3, 7. And that's the end of the game. That is the end of this brutal, brutal game. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. And if this 228 didn't pin, we would have had 5. Wow. That was pretty crazy. That was pretty crazy. Compared to the original game that I played, this one actually might be a little better, only because the Japanese get into the nitty-gritty things. I think the original one is 8 turns long, only because you have to move 2 turns for the Japanese to get to the village. That's the only difference in terms of time length. They're simply they just come on the board. The Americans' firepower in this beginning, I think, is pretty overwhelming. I got to be honest with you. I think the Japanese need to set up over here and hide. Because what that does is it forces the Americans to come pursue and maybe not drain as much resources over here. So when the Japanese come on, they can come on this direction. Or if the Americans don't send a lot of units over there, they can come on this direction. But most of my units were blasted right in the beginning. Actually, these guys were holding out pretty well. But that was about it. Not a lot of units left. So maybe just put the guys 1, 2, 3, 4, just like over here. And then have him come this way. Because when he goes that way, then you can assault move advance phase. Although he's got tons of firepower, you can still jump him in close combat and try to kill him over here away from the objectives. Or that might force him to keep units back here and press more for like these objectives. And maybe you could, like I said, your reinforcements can come on here where your 3 or 4 squads are over here. And we've just seen that you only need 3 or 4 squads on a leader to really do anything. And you could while they're on that right-hand side, when they have a whole bunch of units, if they have some units over here, right? And let's say you have like a 228 right next to him that was pinned last turn, and then you have a set of trailing units behind him in that 9-0. Let's say you got just these bunch of schmucks right here. You can human wave, and you could simply just, and then this guy can go 2, 4, 6. And you could just human wave. I think the human wave can work more effectively actually in the jungle than it does in the open ground, to be honest with you. So that might be an effective strategy. I'd like to see you guys try and pull something like that off. Try and do a strategy over there where you can human wave over here if the Americans want to play with you. But I don't know. So what do you guys think about the scenario? I just think, I mean, the dice went cold on the Japanese there for the bonsai turn, and they just got slaughtered. And they actually had a great chance here and a great chance with the 228. So again, I was ready to resign, to give up. It's like, there's no way the Japanese can win this shit. But, you know, even the 8 morale, all these guys were broken. All these guys were half. You know, this guy, I think, a CR'd. But the 228 was going to come over here and try and secure that. But that would have been the win. That would have been the win. He would have had either one. So, exciting game. I think it plays a bit quicker than my explanations, of course. 6 turns. But try it out. so far so good. I definitely wanted to give an example of a bonsai charge. We got a massacre over here, one that actually was succeeded right here. It succeeded quite well because we pinned down the 667 even though we broke. That doesn't matter. That was to pin that guy down, and we got into these locations. So that was a semi-successful bonsai charge. So tell me what you guys think. And yeah, 6 turns, went the distance. Didn't seem like it, but it went the distance. With that pin of this 10-2, that was huge. That was huge. So anyway, have a great day, guys, and go play some ASL.